Hello everyone, welcome to my channel. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. Case 1. It was the 4th of August, 2002. 10-year-old Jessica Chapman called over to see her friend Holly Wells. Jessica had just returned from a family holiday and wanted to catch up with her friend and give her a gift that she bought for her. Holly and Jessica both lived close to each other in the Cambridgeshire town of Soham in the United Kingdom and were the best of friends. They were born just 1 month apart from each other. Holly was having a great weekend. The day before, a Saturday, she went shopping with her mother and her friend Natalie. Holly's mother bought Holly some new flare trousers and her first bra on the shopping trip. It was a really special occasion. Natalie stayed the night at Holly's house, and she was still there on the Sunday morning when Jessica called over. The three girls played on the computer for a while, and Natalie went home around noon. Jessica was having so much fun that she called home to ask her parents, Leslie and Sharon, if she could stay for lunch. The two girls had some egg mayonnaise sandwiches and continued playing. Jessica called again later that day to ask if she could stay at Holly's house for dinner. Sharon told her it was fine, and to let her know when she was ready to come home, so that Jessica's father, Leslie, could collect her. Holly's parents, Kevin and Nicola, were having a barbecue that day and had invited some friends over, so they were more than happy to have Jessica for dinner too. Their friends arrived around 3:15 p.m. and the men began preparing the food. Holly was wearing the new clothes she got the day before, but she changed her top so she could wear her Manchester United football shirt with the name of the footballer Beckham on the back to match Jessica. At 5:04 p.m., Nicola took a photo of them wearing their matching football shirts. Nobody knew it then, but that photo would soon be seen by millions of people around the world. After they finished eating, the two girls went up to Holly's bedroom, and a little over an hour later, around 6:15 p.m., they decided to go to the shop to buy some sweets. They didn't tell anyone they were going out. In all likelihood, this was probably because the shop was so close, and they only planned to be outside for a few minutes. At 8:20 p.m. that night, people were leaving the barbecue and heading home, so Nicola called up to the girls to ask them to come down to say goodbye. When there was no answer, she went up to Holly's bedroom, but they weren't there. At that stage, Nicola wasn't overly concerned as their curfew was 8:30 p.m., and they were such good and reliable girls, and so well behaved and responsible that she thought they would be home soon. When they hadn't returned by 8:45 p.m., Nicola began to panic. She contacted Sharon to see if the girls were there, but they weren't, so Kevin headed out with a couple of his friends to search the Soham area. They contacted police at 9:56 p.m., and a large number of people joined the search. It was to become one of the largest searches in the UK. Police established where the girls went through eyewitness accounts and CCTV. CCTV footage showed the girls going to the sweet shop in the sports center at the Soham Village College. They looked happy as they skipped into the shop. Witnesses also saw them arm in arm and chatting. They stood out due to their matching football shirts, and one witness even referred to them as the two Beckhams. At the Soham Village College, another witness said that he saw the girls as they stopped to talk to him at his cottage. That witness was Ian Huntley. Ian, originally from Grimsby in Lincolnshire, had lived in Soham for around a year and was the school caretaker, and the girls stopped to ask him how Maxine Carr was. Maxine was Ian's girlfriend, and she had also worked as a teaching assistant at the girls' school. Ian said that he was outside at the time cleaning his dog Sadie. The girls then walked off in the direction of the library, but nobody knew what happened after that or where they went. Police had an open mind when the search for Holly and Jessica began. They looked at different possibilities, such as that they stayed out too late or ran away or were in an accident. The girls didn't take anything with them though, and it would have been so out of character for them to just stay out or run away. As the days went on and there was no sign of the girls, police feared they may have been abducted. Everyone really pulled together to search for the girls, and the media played a crucial role in the coverage of their disappearance. So much so that interviews conducted by Jeremy Thompson of Sky News led to him being a witness at the later trial in this case. Jeremy wanted to retrace the steps the girls took, and it made sense that Ian Huntley said they walked towards the library, as that would have been the natural route for them to take. It didn't make sense though that after that, they seemed to disappear. He interviewed Ian, as it was believed quite early on that Ian would have either been the last or one of the last people to see Holly and Jessica. Ian described their conversation as being brief, and again showed the direction that the girls took. At the time, nothing really stood out about that interview. It was the later interview that Jeremy conducted with Ian's girlfriend Maxine that revealed something a little troubling. Maxine had already told police she was with Ian the night the girls went missing. When he was talking to the girls, Maxine was in the bath. She talked about the girls in the interview, but the troubling aspect of it was when she mentioned Holly in the past tense. She was a lovely girl. The team at Sky News found that worrying and notified police. Police had also grown suspicious of Ian Huntley and Maxine Carr. It transpired that the alibi Maxine provided for Ian was a lie. She was not at home having a bath. She was in Grimsby, 100 miles away, at her mother's house the night the girls went missing. She had called him several times that day. Phone records proved this. Ian had been home alone. So police wanted to know why Maxine had lied and why Ian needed an alibi. Police looked into Ian's background. They received calls and tip-offs from people from Grimsby who knew Ian and saw him giving interviews on the television. They knew Ian because they believed he was involved in sexual assaults against women in Grimsby. While he had no previous convictions, rumors and accusations followed him when he left Grimsby. He was known to date girls who were younger than he was, and when he was 22 years old, he lived with his 15-year-old girlfriend. There were accusations of sexual assault and rape made by different girls, and at one point, he was charged with rape, but the charges were subsequently dropped. His past also revealed his controlling side, and he would not allow Maxine to have any visitors at the house. So police took both Ian and Maxine in for questioning on the 16th of August to try to establish if they knew anything about the disappearance. They were released 7 hours later, as at that stage police didn't have anything that would require them to be charged. However, just one day later, police got a break in the case. On the 17th of August, 2002, police made a devastating discovery. They found the 2 little football shirts that the girls had been wearing the day they went missing in a bin at the school, along with shoes and underwear. They had been partially burnt, which led police to believe that Holly and Jessica were dead. They believed they were looking for their bodies. Sadly, their fears were realized. The bodies of Jessica Chapman and Holly Wells were found later that day. Their burnt and badly decomposed bodies had been found in a ditch in Lakenheath. Lakenheath Air Base was in Suffolk and was a half-an-hour drive from Soham. Ian and Maxine's house was searched. It had been meticulously cleaned and no blood was found in their home. Everything was washed from the bedsheets to even the curtains. Some things were out of place. There was a crack in the bath. In the dining room, a light had been torn down. It was left hanging by a cord. Something had happened in the house, but police could not determine what that was. Nothing of evidential value was initially found. No blood. No hairs. The only fingerprints found were Holly's fingerprints that were on a box of chocolates that she had given to Maxine at the end of the school year. Police knew that Ian was familiar with Lakenheath. He liked to go there for plane spotting. They examined his car and discovered the day after Holly and Jessica went missing, he changed the tires on his red Ford Fiesta. The forensic pathologist could not say for certain how the girls died, but it was believed they had been strangled or suffocated. The bodies of Holly and Jessica were so decomposed that it was impossible to say whether they had been sexually assaulted or not. Ian and Maxine were charged with murder and perverting the course of justice. Maxine said that she gave Ian an alibi because she believed he was not involved. At the trial, it was the prosecution's case that Ian was home alone that night and watched as the girls walked by the house. They did not believe he was outside cleaning his dog. In fact, they thought he had just been on a call with Maxine and was in a fit of rage that she was in Grimsby again. He somehow lured the girls into the house. Police had traced Jessica's mobile phone and believed the girls were inside his house at 6:34 p.m. that night. Jessica's phone was tuned off 12 minutes later, and police believed the girls were already dead by then. This was key to the investigation. Her phone had been turned off at 6:46 p.m., and instead of the signal being picked up at the Soham mast, it was picked up at the Burwell mast. This area was outside Ian's house. Ian admitted that the girls were in his house. He said that he had been cleaning his dog outside when the girls came over to ask about Maxine. Holly had a nosebleed, so he brought them inside the house to get some tissues. He claimed that some blood fell on the bedsheets from Holly's nose, and he took her to the bathroom. While in the bathroom, Holly fell into the bath, which had 6 to 8 inches of water inside the tub. He had earlier claimed there were 18 inches, but changed his story when it was highlighted that it was not possible. Holly had died as a result, and Jessica began to scream. To stop her screaming, he put his hand over her mouth, and she also died. He admitted that he dumped their bodies in the ditch. The prosecution believed that Ian was lying. They believed that he murdered Holly and Jessica in his house, and put their bodies in the boot of his car, and dumped their bodies in the ditch. They further believe he then returned on the 7th of August with a can of petrol, lit a match, and threw it in the ditch. It was their belief that he did this as he did not want any evidence found that his motive had been a sexual one. He wanted this concealed. Due to the decomposition, the prosecution could not prove the sexual assault element of the case, so they had to make sure they could prove murder. It was clear, by Ian's own admission, that the girls had been in his house that evening, and the only other person in the house was Ian. It was also clear, by evidence found on Ian's car, and again by his own admission, that he had dumped their bodies. So the issue that the jury had to determine was who was telling the truth. Had the girls died accidentally and unintentionally in Ian's house? Or had Ian murdered them? His version was that Holly fell into the bath and died. This was examined at trial and seemed highly unlikely. It was put to Ian that the only way Holly could have died in the bath that way was if he held her head under the water. His account of how Jessica died was also quite far-fetched. If he simply put one hand over her mouth, she would have used her hands to try to move his hand or turn her head. It was more likely that he was restraining her and holding her hands, which prevented her from doing this. Even though Ian had been quite careful in the aftermath of the girl's murder, some mistakes were made. Ian's fingerprint was found on the liner inside the bin that the girls' clothes were found inside, and his hair was found on the clothes. Fibers from the schoolgirls' shirts were discovered inside his home and on one of his boots. Chalk was found on the suspension arm on the car's front wheel, and that chalk matched the chalk that was on the track near the ditch where the girls' bodies were discovered. The jury deliberated for some 4 days in this case, and Ian was found guilty by a majority verdict. Ian was convicted of the murders of Holly Wells and Jessica Chapman, and of conspiring to pervert the course of justice. Maxine was convicted of conspiring to pervert the course of justice. Ian was sentenced to 2 life sentences, to serve a minimum of 40 years in prison, and Maxine was sentenced to 3.5 years. She has now been released, and has a new identity. Case 2. It was the 1st of October, 2012. That day began as a normal day for Coral and Paul Jones. It was a Monday and a school day, so it involved the usual routine. Paul got the children up from bed and made them breakfast before they went to school. They lived in a small town in Machynlleth in Wales with their 3 children, Jasmine, Harley, and April. April, the youngest, was just 5 years old, and when school finished that day, she went to the local leisure center for her weekly swimming lesson. After that, she went home. One of her friends was with her, and Paul gave them some spaghetti and toast to eat. They then went out again on their bicycles. April loved her bicycle. Her parents taught her how to cycle when she was just 3.5 years old. April was born 7 weeks early and had cerebral palsy from her hip to her leg, so the bicycle allowed her to have full mobility and go out whenever she liked. She was a petite little girl, and her parents didn't allow her to play out late, but on that day, the 1st of October, 2012, April asked if she could go out with her friend. They initially said no, but then agreed to let her out for a few minutes extra. It had been the parent/teacher meeting at April's school that night, and April had received a glowing report, so they wanted to reward her. It was around 7 p.m., and quite a bright night. There were a lot of children playing in the area, and April promised she would not be long. Paul and Coral only gave permission for April to go out for just 15 minutes. They had no idea that in that 15-minute period, their lives would change forever. April loved to play with her friends. Machynlleth was a very quiet place, and the estate where April lived had lots of friendly families and neighbors. People knew each other and got on well. Children played in the street all the time. It was a very close community, and people felt safe there. When the 15 minutes was up, Coral asked Harley, her son, to tell April to come home. What happened next caused sheer fear and panic. Just a few minutes later, Harley returned home screaming. "She's been taken." Harley told Coral April had been taken. One of April's friends saw April get into a car with a man. Coral called the police and reported her missing. She could barely speak. She told police that April had been taken. News of April's abduction spread through the town rapidly. Everyone was out within minutes looking and searching for April. Police and news stations were in the area within a very short period. It was clear from the beginning that this was not a case of a child just wandering off or getting a lift home with someone they knew. It was much more sinister than that. Police had some information to focus their investigation on due to April's friend. She was just 7 years old, but told police April got into a car, and she was happy, but she said she got into the car the wrong side. That led police to believe that the car she was referring to must have been a left-hand side vehicle. Those types of vehicles were extremely rare, so rare in fact that locals in the town could only think of one man who drove one. Mark Bridger. 46-year-old Mark Bridger was born in Surrey and was the son of a police officer. He lived in London for a time before moving to Wales, and he had lived in Sains for a number of years. Sains was a short distance from Machynlleth. When Mark arrived in Wales, he appeared to be a charming man. He was 6 foot 2 inches and told locals that he was an ex-SAS officer. By all accounts, he seemed like a normal man. Mark worked in a slaughterhouse and had 6 children of his own with 4 different women. He lived alone in a small cottage. People would later come to realize, though, the normal and charming man act was just that, an act. There was nothing normal or charming about Mark Bridger. Mark was a liar and a fantasist. The stories he told people, such as his army background, were completely fabricated. He was also aggressive and violent, especially when drinking, and had previously been convicted of theft, firearm offenses, and assault. That showed the violent side of Mark, but it did not explain why he would have any involvement in the disappearance of April. That's because the man that Mark portrayed himself as in public was not the man he was behind closed doors. He kept a dark and sinister secret hidden from everyone. Police had to quickly find out what that secret was and how it involved April. Mark was arrested the day after April was taken, and it wasn't long before police began to unravel his lies and discover who he truly was. Mark admitted to the police that April was in his car. He told them that he had accidentally knocked her down and put her in the car in order to take her to the hospital to get help. This didn't make sense, though. If he took April due to a terrible accident, where was she now? Mark didn't have an answer for that. He told police he just could not remember as he had been drinking. It was true that Mark was fond of drink. In fact, things were so bad around the time that April went missing that he was drinking up to 25 cans of cider a day. In order to try to find where April was, police needed to piece together details Mark was providing to try to locate her. The hope was to find her alive. The day April went missing started as a bad day for Mark. His girlfriend ended their relationship, and he told his boss he would not be at work as he needed to sort things out. He then went to the parent-slash-teacher meeting that evening, the same one that Coral and Paul Jones attended, as one of his children went to school there. According to Mark, he then accidentally knocked April down on the way home and placed her in his car to take her to the hospital. He could provide no further details as to what happened next. Police began a thorough investigation and sought help from the community. They searched Mark's home and laptop and looked at CCTV footage taken in the area. It transpired that Mark had left quite a few details out of his account to police. Mark had been in the town of Machynlleth earlier in the day and returned home to his cottage in Sains. It was there that he got on his laptop, and police were able to trawl through searches and images to establish just who the real Mark Bridger was. That day, he spent quite some time looking online at images of one of his friend's daughters. She was 14 years old. He also contacted 4 women via Facebook and text messages to ask them if they would go out for a drink with him. After that, he went to the school. He only stayed for a few minutes, and on the way back, he stopped in his car beside 2 schoolgirls. They were 8 years old and 10 years old, and invited one of them to go to a sleepover with his daughter. He then drove off. It was after that he spotted April out playing with her friend. April's friend told police that April got into the car herself. It certainly didn't match with Mark's account that he had to put her in the car as he had knocked her down. Her friend said April looked happy getting into the car. It was around 7:30 p.m. and CCTV footage showed his car leaving the estate and heading towards his house. At 8:30 p.m. that night, a witness saw Mark driving into his driveway. That meant that there was around 60 minutes unaccounted for. Despite having those details, there was no sign of April anywhere. 3 witnesses told police that they saw Mark with a black bin bag in a field near his home the morning after April was taken. He was also spotted down near the river that day. Police searched those areas. In fact, the search for April was the biggest missing person search in UK history. Mark's home revealed an insight into what happened to April. When police searched the cottage, they made a horrifying discovery. While the cottage had been cleaned, a large amount of April's blood was found near the fireplace, in the bathroom, and near the washing machine. Bone and skull fragments were found in the fireplace. They were also alarmed that there were a number of specialist knives found in Mark's home. They were sure that Mark had killed April and needed to establish why and where her body was. It was the outcome that nobody wanted. The harrowing pain surrounding April's abduction continued. Not only was it clear that April was dead, it became clear that in all probability, her body would never be found, as her body was disposed of in a way to ensure she would never be found. Police believed that Mark incinerated some parts of April's body in the wood burner at his cottage and scattered other parts of April's body in the countryside. While nobody knew where April's body was, there was no doubt surrounding the motive for April's abduction. In the days before Mark took April, he searched for images of the two young girls, Holly Wells and Jessica Chapman, who were murdered in Soham, and he also searched for details in relation to the schoolgirl Caroline Dickinson, who was raped and killed while on a school trip to France. His other searches included looking up puberty and naked young 5-year-old. All in all, there were 300 horrific images of child sexual abuse found on his laptop, and police believe he was looking at them on the day he abducted April. The abduction of April was sexually motivated. April's body was never found, and her parents could only bury 17 fragments of April's remains. Mark was charged with murder, abduction, and perverting the course of justice. At the trial, Mark repeated his claim that he accidentally knocked April down with his Land Rover Discovery and picked her up and put her in the car to take her to hospital. When asked why April's friend said that April was happy and got in the car herself, Mark said that she was lying. There was nothing to support Mark's version of events. There were no marks on his car or on April's bicycle that indicated there had been a collision. He added to Paul and Coral's heartbreak by constantly referring to April as Little April during the trial. That statement was even more devastating considering Mark was 6 foot 2 inches tall, and to think of him overpowering such a small and petite little 5-year-old girl like April is just barbaric. When asked at his trial about the Google searches that police had discovered he had made in relation to naked young 5-year-old, Mark claimed he was trying to understand his own children's sexual development. His lies were becoming even more pathetic, and it is little wonder that it took the jury 4 hours and 6 minutes to find him guilty on all 3 counts. The judge in the case, Mr. Justice Griffith Williams, said, "There is no doubt in my mind that you are a pedophile who has for some time harbored sexual and morbid fantasies about young girls, storing on your laptop not only images of prepubescent and pubescent girls, but foul pornography of the gross sexual abuse of young children." He was sentenced to life in prison and given a whole life tariff, meaning he will die in prison. Mark Bridger may have taken April's life and shattered the lives of April's family and the wider community, but the love everyone has for April lives on. Thanks to the endless campaigning from April's family, Mark's cottage was demolished. In the place of a building that stood hiding the secrets of a depraved and evil man, now lies a memorial garden for April. Her memory continues to live on both in Machynlleth and Wales, and her family keep her memory alive through their love and devotion for her. Case 3. It was the 3rd of June, 1991. 23-year-old Denise Huber was on her way home from a Morrissey concert in Inglewood, California. It was just after 2 a.m. and Denise had worked later that day, but that didn't matter as the night had been fun. She was originally supposed to go to the concert with her boyfriend Stephen Horrocks. They had only been in a relationship a few months, but she had known Stephen for years. They met at the spaghetti factory where Denise worked as a waitress and Stephen worked as a bartender. Stephen found out at the last minute that he had to work that night, and he asked their friend Robert Calvert if he would go with Denise. Robert was thrilled, and it was easy to see why. Denise was a tall, 5 feet 9 inches, and stunning brunette, and when she entered a room, all eyes were on her. She was a natural beauty, but beyond her looks, she was sweet, kind, and full of fun. Denise got ready for the concert at home. She lived with her parents and brother Jeff in Newport Beach, Orange County, California, and she chose a black dress, heels, dark stockings, and a little jacket to wear. It was the perfect attire for a Morrissey concert. Denise's parents, Dennis and Ione, loved seeing her have fun. They had such a great relationship. Denise spent a lot of time with them. She loved to go to the beach and lunch with Ione, and they spent time cooking different dishes together. Denise also had a very close relationship with Dennis. Every Friday they would have breakfast together, and Denise was described as Daddy's little girl. Just a day or two before she went to the concert, she left a note on his computer that said, "Hi Dad, I love you. Have a great day. Love, Denise." She also included a little happy face. That was the kind of girl Denise was. She had a cheeky sense of humor, but above all else she loved deeply. Denise said goodbye to her parents that night, and they had no idea then that that would be the last time they would ever see Denise again. When Denise left her parents' home, she took the car and drove to Huntington Beach. Robert lived there, and she told him she would collect him, and they could then go to the concert in the car. They arrived at the concert at around 8 p.m. They had stopped to buy some vodka on the way, and had a few shots before heading into the concert. They had more drink at the concert, but just a few, nothing too crazy. The concert was great, and they had a really good time. It finished around 11:30 p.m. On the way home, Denise and Robert stopped off at a bar in Long Island, and they stayed there until closing time. The time they left the bar was sometime between 1:30 a.m. and 2 a.m., and they decided not to go on to another bar as they both had work the next day. When Denise dropped Robert home, it was 2:05 a.m. As Denise drove towards her home on the 73 Toll Road, her car blew a tire. Denise was just a few minutes from home when it happened. It was a well-lit area, and there were call boxes along the road and a gas station nearby, so it should have been easy for Denise to call someone for help. But no call was ever made, and it was as if Denise just disappeared. Ione and Dennis were frantic when they discovered Denise had not returned home. It was out of character for Denise to stay out, and they contacted her friends. At 6 p.m. that evening, they called her friend Tammy Brown. Tammy drove to Huntington Beach, and on her way back, around 10 p.m. that night, she saw Denise's Honda sedan parked at Corona del Mar 73 freeway, and immediately noticed the rear passenger tire was flat. When Ione and Dennis heard that Denise's car had been found, they felt as though they had been kicked in the stomach. They went to see the car, and the car was unlocked and had the blinker lights on, but there was no sign of Denise or any of her belongings, and there was no key in the car. That caused alarm. It was as if Denise just got out of the car to go for help, but where exactly was she? The days, weeks, and months that followed Denise's disappearance revealed no clues. Her parents, her brother Jeff, friends and members of the public all looked for Denise. Her parents couldn't eat, sleep, or work. Their lives had been turned upside down. But despite the numerous searches and appeals, there was nothing found that even provided some sort of indication as to what happened to Denise. There were posters in the area, flyers, and a billboard and TV appeals, as it was a story that had the whole community in Orange County gripped. The eeriness of how Denise seemingly just vanished was terrifying for everyone in the area, and they all wanted to know what happened. But with no clues, the police could do little with the details they had, and it was a complete mystery. The trail ran cold, and it would be 3 years before Denise's family and police would get their answer. On the 13th of July, 1994, just outside Prescott in Arizona, Elaine Court went to the home of John Familaro to buy some paint. John was self-employed and worked as a house painter. He also sold some paint at a local market, and it was at one of the markets that he met Elaine. He told Elaine she could call over to pick up some more paint. It was a brief and simple exchange when they had met at the market, but one that would ultimately cost him his life. John Familaro had moved to Arizona so that he could be close to his sister and her children. He loved them and treated them to great gifts and fun days out. John didn't have a fun childhood. He was the youngest of 3 children and had an older sister called Marion and an older brother called Warren. His parents and Angelo were completely different people. Angelo was kind and caring, but was domineering and controlling, and used religion to try to keep them under control. She would warn them if they misbehaved that they would go to hell. The children were not allowed to date or even to spend time with friends. She insisted on washing them, paying particular interest to what they described as their special areas. Her controlling nature continued even as they got older, and she would listen to their calls and follow them if they went out. This all had an impact on John, and he became very involved in rituals. If someone touched him on his left side, he had to touch his right side so that things would be even. His head and neck twitched constantly. Yet those who knew him described him as well-mannered, fun and intelligent, but most admitted he was a little secretive, but they had no idea just how secretive he could be. When Elaine arrived at John's house, she had goosebumps. She didn't know why, but the large Ryder truck in his driveway caused her concern. It seemed out of place. John lived in a 3-bedroom home, and his mother lived in a house on one side of his backyard. John was a hoarder, just like his mother was, although he was quite an organized hoarder. Everything was in boxes and stacked. Elaine does not know why the truck caused her to feel uneasy that day, but the feeling was so bad that she took down the license plate and contacted police. Ione and Dennis would later refer to this as being divine intervention. Police stopped by the house and ran the number plate through their system. It matched a stolen truck from Orange County. It had been reported as stolen some 6 months earlier. They noticed that a power extension cord ran from John's house to inside the truck. As it was padlocked, they had to break it open. Inside they found cans of paint, but the cord itself was connected to a freezer. Believing it contained drugs, they contacted the narcotics division. But there were no drugs in the freezer. Instead they found a body. Inside the freezer was a naked body of a young woman in a semi-fetal position. 3 bags covered her body, and her hands were handcuffed behind her back. Another 3 white plastic bags were over her head. It looked like she had been gagged, and her face was covered with duct tape. It went from her eyelids down to her mouth. The skull was shattered, and some bits of the bag were embedded in indentations in the skull. A hairdryer was used to thaw the body, so that vital evidence would not be destroyed. The body was Denise Huber. Denise was identified through fingerprints. The cause of death was multiple skull fractures caused by blunt force trauma, and it was determined there was a minimum of 31 blows to her head caused by a nail remover being slammed into her skull. She had also been sexually assaulted. Police believed that as the body was stored in a freezer in a truck on John's driveway, that in all likelihood John was involved. As John was a hoarder, police didn't need to look too far to confirm his involvement, and they found the murder weapons in his house. He had kept Denise's clothes, her belongings, his clothes, and the weapons used that night in a box. Police now had to determine how and why Denise's body was found in Arizona some 3 years after she disappeared, and they wanted to know how John and Denise had crossed paths. In 1991, John operated a painting business in a warehouse in Laguna Hills in California. He lived in the warehouse. Police went to that warehouse and new tenants used it, and it had been cleaned since John was there, but they did remove some of the drywall and found blood. That blood was matched to Denise's DNA. It was a match. Police were convinced Denise was murdered in the warehouse, but how did she get there? Police believed that when Denise's car blew a tire that night, she got out of the car to walk along the roadway to make a call for help. While she was doing that, they believed that John saw her, pulled up alongside here, and instead of helping her, he kidnapped her. They based that around the condition of Denise's shoes. Her shoes were found in one of John's boxes at his home, a box marked Christmas. The shoes had marks all over them, and the tip of one of the heels was missing. All of Denise's friends and family confirmed she would have never worn shoes that damaged. John then took Denise to his warehouse, where he tied her hands behind her back. Denise's death was brutal. The handcuffs were so tight that there was no room to even put one finger through them. He then wrapped duct tape around Denise's head from her mouth to her upper eyelids. John put plastic bags over Denise's head and sexually assaulted her. She was struck at least 31 times over the head with a nail puller and claw hammer. It may have been more, as there may have been fractures over fractures. Her skull was described as being basically shattered. There was blood tissue visible through some of the lacerations. Her death had been violent, savage, and brutal. The nail puller, duct tape, and a blood-stained hammer were found in a box in John's house. The keys to his handcuffs were found in John's desk drawer, and there were paper clippings in his house in relation to Denise's disappearance. He had kept articles about Denise's disappearance, and had also recorded an appeal Ione and Dennis made on TV asking for any information in relation to Denise's disappearance. John was charged with the first-degree murder of Denise Huber. 2 special circumstances were listed as part of that charge, and they were that the murder was committed during the commission of a kidnapping, and that the murder was committed while engaged in the commission of the crime of sodomy. For the first-degree murder charge, the evidence was compelling. Denise's body was found in a freezer that John had bought days after Denise's disappearance. They knew this as John had kept the receipt for the freezer. That same freezer was then found in a truck that was parked on the driveway of his home. Inside his home, John had carefully kept all of the items that would almost be certain to guarantee a conviction. He had the clothes he wore on the night Denise was murdered, Denise's clothes and her belongings, and the handcuff key to the handcuffs that were on Denise. The kidnapping and sodomy charges were a little bit more circumstantial. Yes, it was likely that Denise was kidnapped due to the circumstances, but it would be for the jury to determine if there was enough evidence. In relation to the sodomy charge, Denise's body had been frozen, so it was difficult to get the DNA that they needed. While John's hoarding had left him with no room to argue any sort of first-degree charge, his defense focused on the strength of the evidence supporting the kidnapping and sodomy allegations. They argued that there was no sign of a struggle in Denise's car or in the area around the car. It was their case that Denise could have left the elevated freeway, and went down the embankment to street level, and that was what caused the damage to her shoes. However, an investigator did this wearing similar shoes and agreed with the prosecution that while there was damage on the shoes, there was more damage on Denise's shoes. The jury found John guilty of the first-degree murder and found both of the special circumstance allegations were true. At the penalty phase of John's case, it was revealed to the court that John had a terrible childhood. It was so bad during his formative years that there can be doubt that it had an impact on his adult life. His mother made him fear women and sex, and made him believe that it was a sin to be with a woman. She stopped him developing his own sense of being, and even when Denise's body was found, and was still controlling John's life. The jury sentenced John to death. Denise's disappearance highlights that when something like this happens, there is never just one victim. When Denise went missing, the entire community was worried. They could not understand how a young woman simply driving home from a concert could be taken. The greatest impact Denise's disappearance and murder had was on her parents. Ione and Dennis spent 3 years wondering if Denise was alive or dead, or if she was suffering or being tortured somewhere. During the 3 years Denise was missing, her parents effectively stopped living. They stopped doing things like putting up a Christmas tree and didn't touch her bedroom. Every time a body was found, they had a sickening feeling in their stomach, and each time had to wait for days until the body was identified. Both of them suffered with their health in the years that followed. They had Denise's headstone inscribed with the words, "You will always be loved." Case 4. It was the 21st of June, 2013. That day was not a normal day for Cherish Periwinkle in the sense that she was due to fly to California the next morning to spend the summer with her father. Cherish was just 8 years old and lived with her mother Rain, Rain's boyfriend and Cherish's 2 younger sisters in Jacksonville in Florida. So on that day, the 21st of June, Rain was getting Cherish ready for her trip, things like packing her bags, washing her hair, and she wanted to buy her some new clothes. At around 7:30 p.m. that evening, Rain took Cherish and her 2 sisters to the Dollar General store on Edgewood Avenue. It was a 20-minute or so walk away. As Rain didn't have a car and didn't drive, she walked with the girls and their stroller to the store. Rain and the 3 girls looked at some clothes at the Dollar General store. Rain had $100, but that was to cover clothes, household items, and the cost of traveling to the airport the following morning. So in reality, she didn't have a lot of money to buy Cherish new clothes for her trip. At the Dollar General store, Rain took a few items to the till to have them price checked. She wanted to buy Cherish a little white dress with red hearts on it. When she realized she couldn't afford it, she put it back. At that point, Rain had no idea that there was a man watching her every move. The cashier at the Dollar General store confirmed a man asked if Rain had put the clothes back. That same man waited for Rain outside the store. Meeting Dawn, the man struck up a conversation with Rain outside the store. He told her he was waiting for his wife, and that they had a $150 gift card for Walmart that he would be happy for her to use to buy clothes for the girls. The cashier later confirmed he saw them talking in the car park for around 15 to 20 minutes. During that time the man introduced himself as Don to Rain. After waiting for his wife for a few minutes, he told Rain they could meet her at Walmart instead. At this stage, it had started to rain, so Rain had 2 choices. She could walk home in the rain, or take a lift with Don to Walmart to buy some clothes for the girls. Rain was reluctant at first, but agreed to the lift. She got into Don's van. The van was white with carpet inside and blinds on the window. When Rain and her 3 girls were inside the van, Don drove to Walmart, which was a 10-minute drive away, to meet his wife. There was just one problem with that, though. Don didn't have a wife. When they arrived at Walmart, Don continued with the lie that he had a wife and told Rain that he would wait for his wife in the car park. Rain went into Walmart with the 3 girls and began shopping. The shopping trip was very focused around the girls, and Rain stayed with them in the children's section. Don later joined them inside the store. A number of troubling incidents happened inside Walmart. Don wasn't interested in shopping for himself, and in fact only added a bundle of rope to the shopping cart. He also had an unhealthy obsession with Cherish. He picked out some shoes for her to wear, really inappropriate shoes for an 8-year-old child, as they were women's high shoes. Even more disturbing than that was the fact he took Cherish on at least 2 occasions to the dressing room alone. But it wasn't until closing time that his true and sinister intentions were revealed. Walmart announced they would soon be closing, and at that stage none of them had eaten anything. Don told Rain he would get cheeseburgers in McDonald's. Cherish went with him. Rain would later say she thought it was fine as McDonald's was inside Walmart, so really they were not leaving the store, and there were plenty of people still around. When 20 minutes had passed, Rain began to worry. Walmart was closing, and she had a shopping cart full of clothes, no gift card and no sign of Dawn, his wife, or Cherish. She spent around 20 minutes searching Walmart, McDonald's, and the car park. There was no sign of Dawn or Cherish. At 11:20 p.m., Rain called 911. Rain didn't have a lot of details to provide to the police. She didn't know Don at all, and described him as a man with white hair who drove a white van. All she knew was that she had a bad feeling about him, and that he must have taken Cherish. Police were familiar with Don. Don was 61-year-old Donald Smith, a registered sex offender with offenses dating as far back as the 70s. He had just been released from prison some 3 weeks earlier. And now, this sex offender had Cherish. Despite searching throughout the night, it was only the next morning at 9 a.m. when police got a break in the case that an officer dealing with a separate road accident recognized Don's van as it drove past. Don was arrested. The van itself was empty. There was no sign of Cherish, and the items Rain had left in the van, such as the stroller and items she bought at the Dollar General store, were missing. Police were clear about one thing, though. Wherever Cherish was, it involved water. Don was wearing the same clothes as the day before, a black t-shirt and jeans, and the lower half of his body was soaking wet. Police received a tip-off that Don's van had been seen parked in woods. Police went to the area and looked for water. There was a creek behind a church, and along with the help of a police dog, police made a devastating discovery. Any hope of finding Cherish alive was over. Her body was found in the water, weighted down by bricks and debris, and under a tree. Cherish's injuries gave an insight into some of the brutality and horror Donald had inflicted on her. She had injuries all over her body. Donald had gagged her so severely that her gums had bled. He raped and sodomized her. There was a hickey on her right breast and traumatic injuries to her genitalia. The prosecutor in the case said Donald had tore her apart. That's how brutal the injuries were. There was blunt force trauma to her head and ligature marks around her neck. Cherish had been strangled with such force that her eyeballs bled. The blood vessels burst in her throat, face, and eyes. Her injuries revealed defensive wounds which showed this little 67-pound, 8-year-old girl fought for her life. But she was no match for the monster who had kidnapped her. Donald Smith was charged with the kidnap, sexual battery, and the first-degree murder of Cherish Periwinkle. The evidence in this case was overwhelming. Not only was there CCTV of Donald leaving Walmart with Cherish, there was evidence of his arrest while still wet and a witness who saw his van parked near to where Cherish's body had been found. There was also DNA evidence. His DNA was found on and inside Cherish's body, and Cherish's DNA was found on his penis. Donald put forward no defense and called no witnesses, so it was hardly a surprise that it took the jury less than 15 minutes to find him guilty of the kidnap, sexual battery, and first-degree murder of Cherish. He was sentenced to death. We did hear from Donald in this case. Not so much at his trial, but in a prison recording of a conversation he had with his mother. There is no surprise that a man like Donald lies, and he told his mother that Cherish followed him out and hopped in the van, and he knew then he would already be in trouble due to his previous convictions. When discussing Cherish with his mother, he said, "What's her name again?" Even after all the horror he inflicted on Cherish, the callousness of that statement is striking and further confirms a man like Donald will never change, and if given the chance will do it again. In his discussion with his mother, he put an emphasis on rape being a violent act. Of course it is a violent act, but he wanted the rape to be viewed as him inflicting rage and violence on Cherish as opposed to him viewing her as a sexual object. It is clear he did not want to be seen as a pedophile, but make no mistake, that's exactly what he is. He saw Cherish as a sexual object, and when he raped her, he murdered her in an attempt to evade justice. This case is the type of case that every parent dreads. So how did it happen? Donald saw an opportunity that day when he saw Rain with her 3 girls. She was alone, under pressure, and finding it difficult to manage and couldn't afford to buy them clothes. He used that to his advantage and lured them to a second location to buy time, so that he could take Cherish in a manner that would not attract a lot of attention, and that's exactly what happened. In all likelihood, Cherish would not have been concerned getting into Donald's van outside Walmart that night, as she had already been in the van with her sisters and mother. There was no kicking or screaming. It would have seemed like a natural thing to do, as she had already traveled in that van to Walmart. People at Walmart would not have been concerned either. Seeing a skipping and smiling Cherish with an older man would have looked like a regular grandfather and granddaughter. The thing to really note in this case is Rain's intuition. It is clear from the 911 call that she didn't trust Donald. She had a strange feeling about him, and her instant fear when she couldn't find Cherish was that she would be raped and murdered. She had a gut feeling from the very moment she met Donald that something wasn't right, but she pushed it to one side and tried to convince herself that a trip to Walmart would be worth it. She said that she did not want to appear too overprotective. Her intuition was warning her about Donald. We all get those warning signs, and sometimes we act on them, and sometimes we ignore them. In this particular case, Rain made a mistake accepting a lift from Donald, and as such has paid the ultimate price, but there is only one predator to blame here, and that is Donald Smith. Case 5. Jason Landry was a student at Texas State University, and was last seen on December 13, 2020. Shortly after finishing exams, he left campus to head home for Christmas break. On December 14th, his car was found abandoned in Luling, Texas. This is about 30 minutes away from Texas State University in San Marcos and 140 miles west of his home in Houston. According to the sheriff's office, Jason's clothing, his shirt, shorts, socks, underwear, slide sandals, and a wristwatch, was found 900 feet from the crash. His wallet, phone, and keys were still inside his car. The investigators gave a timeline of what they believe happened with Jason leading up to his disappearance. Investigators believe that Jason ended up on E. Austin and went on to Spruce Street, turning into Salt Flat Road. His vehicle was found in the 2300 block of Salt Flat Road, abandoned 30 minutes after midnight on December 14th. They are unsure about what happened during the 67-minute window. Currently, they are trying to determine what happened between Jason's last data footprint at Austin and Magnolia and the crash scene. Authorities have stated that Jason's phone had a cell signal and was powered on, but they were trying to determine why it didn't appear to be used when he was on Magnolia Avenue and Austin Street. His car was then found abandoned, with its lights still on. His keys were in the ignition, and the front passenger side door was locked. The vehicle's rear window was broken. The sheriff's office stated that the crash was a single-vehicle crash, likely due to an overcorrection on the gravel road. The rear driver's side bumper contacted a tree on the east side of the roadway and moved the front driver's side into another tree against a barbed fence. Nothing indicates that any other vehicle was involved in the crash. Evidence collected from the scene led investigators to believe that the only damage to the car was from the crash with the trees and the fence line. According to officials, a volunteer firefighter discovered the vehicle but didn't enter it, and neither did the responding trooper. The car was towed to a nearby impound yard the next morning. Jason's father entered the vehicle, which was registered in his name, through the unlocked driver's side. Landry's father found his son's phone between the driver's seat and the center console. The authorities found a single tiny blood smear, but stated that it didn't indicate anything serious. Officials said it's possible Jason was injured when he got out of his vehicle within the barbed wire fence or foliage. The investigators also found a backpack, ball cap, plastic bag of personal toiletries, and a tumbler with a dead betta fish inside. Landry's father recovered these items north of where his clothing was first discovered, as they had been left there by authorities. Jason's wallet was found inside his backpack, along with a small amount of marijuana, a laptop computer, gaming equipment, and other personal items. The officials seized the marijuana and claimed that it was combined with an unknown hallucinogenic substance. Officials believe the clothing was likely what Jason Landry was wearing at the time of the crash, and there is nothing that indicates he was forced to remove his clothing. Jason Landry was 21 when he disappeared and was a student at Texas State University in San Marcos. He disappeared shortly after finishing his final exams while on his way home. At the time of his disappearance, the temperature outside was low, around 36 degrees Fahrenheit, and no higher than 43 degrees. The Caldwell County Sheriff's Office said there was no blood found inside the vehicle, and there was no evidence indicating that he was traveling to meet anyone or had any intent to meet anyone in or around Luling. The initial search efforts were eventually suspended, finding nothing. The family told ABC 13 that the officials drained a pond they believed had clues to Jason's disappearance, but nothing was found. In this case, Jason's father, mother, other family members, and his ex-girlfriend are not considered suspects or persons of interest. There has been no evidence pointing to another person or indicating this case involves foul play. Authorities have implored anyone in or around the area with cameras or private surveillance systems to review the footage and contact the sheriff's office. This case remains unsolved. Case 6. On June 9th, 2022 DeAndrea S. Holloway, age 25, murdered the 8 months pregnant Lise Dodd, 22, in her Alton, Illinois apartment. Dodd's mother had not heard from her daughter in a while and went to check on her. She was devastated to find her daughter decapitated. The head was later found in the dumpster at the same apartment complex. The Alton Police Department determined that DeAndrea S. Holloway, who lived in Litchfield, was a suspect. In the meantime, he had just been arrested in Gillespie, Illinois on a recent unrelated bicycle theft charge. Gillespie police realized he was the suspect in the murder case as well. It is said that Holloway and Dodd had an on-again, off-again relationship for 2 years. Dodd's mother has said that the unborn child was not the child of the murderer, Holloway. The victim's mother was aware of the abusive relationship Dodd had with Holloway and knew the killer himself. She had talked to Holloway in the past about how he was treating her daughter and the future of the relationship. Throughout the trial, the killer, DeAndrea Holloway, is spoken of as having increasing mental health issues. He was even treated for a short time at a facility to see if he was able to stand trial. Holloway pleaded guilty to murder, homicide to an unborn child, and concealment/dismembering a human body. He was sentenced 60 years in prison on January 17, 2025. The state's attorney said, "For the family and loved ones of Lise, these types of issues have caused continued angst and uncertainty. The guilty conviction ends that," Haynes said in a statement. "Our hope is that this conviction and sentence provide the family and loved ones some assurance and will be a step towards healing." After the trial, Holloway was remanded to the custody of the Illinois Department of Corrections. He is currently being held at Menard Correctional Center near Chester, Illinois. This is a horrifically tragic story. I have studied so many of these true crime and serial killer types of cases, and I am totally convinced of the presence of demonic evil forces, as I have stated in some of my other writings. You can look into so many of these cases, and the killer will have mentioned voices telling them to do evil. In this case, Holloway told his stepfather of a voice he calls Ruth, who tells him to do things. I am not a psychologist, but I study spiritual things and crime. Throughout history, all over the world, we run into acts of evil and the working of demons in people or on people. The devil comes for nothing but to steal, kill, and destroy. So what happens? Well, spiritually speaking, people are born with defects of some kind or get damaged by things done to them, like abuse or molestation, or they damage themselves through drugs or certain activities that causes deep impact into our mind. Psychologists, doctors, and other professionals speak of these things. It is a fact. We label them as mental health issues, and they are. But these things also open doors which allow demons to have more access to this person. The hedge of protection that humans are born with is damaged, and it allows more and more access. As the person gives in to more demonic whisperings, the door opens more. It's like the old saying of, which dog will get stronger? The one you feed the most. When people give in to the voices or whisperings or temptations of the demons that surround all of us, those voices and demons get stronger in our lives. Drug and alcohol use lowers our ability to ignore or resist. I am not giving excuses for what people do. I am also not degrading anyone with mental health issues. All humans are tempted by demonic influences. It happens all the time, whether it's a temptation to cheat on a lover, or steal, or lie, or gossip, or hate someone. Those demons whisper to us. They seek to open doors into our lives and destroy us. But some folk are more open to it than others. Like a soldier who has PTSD when the fireworks go off. They are impacted more than someone without PTSD. Or like an addict in recovery who is more susceptible to temptation for addiction, or getting addicted more quickly if they give in to the temptation again. All of us get damaged by DNA, our past, or the things we do. But some folks have damage that opens doors to the demonic more quickly. Prison does nothing to help stop the demonic. Treatment does nothing. The psychotropic drugs simply impact the physical, but not the spiritual. A person can learn to control themselves more. They can learn to suppress the urges that come to them. There are many methods that can help, but only spiritual warfare reaches into the spiritual realm. Prayer, praise, the Word of God, and casting out demons. Turning to God through Jesus Christ and confessing Him as Lord will set us free. Then, the Holy Spirit will work in our lives to help us change and shut those open doors that impact us. Holloway has been punished in this life for what he did. Hopefully he will turn to the Lord and get help in order to avoid being separated forever. Case 7. It seemed to be a situation furthest away from the temptations of lust and murder. A soldier. A security officer working for a famous global ministry. A beautiful church-going family. But no one is immune to temptations and the whispering of demons. On May 5, 2009, ex-Marine Chris Coleman murdered his wife Sherry Coleman, 31, and their two sons Gavin and Garrett. 9/11, he strangled them in their beds in Columbia, Illinois. Chris and Sherry were married for 10 years before the murders. They were described as a wonderful couple and a beautiful family. Chris got a job working security for Joyce Meyer Ministries in Missouri, across the river. In 2008, he started getting threatening letters that referenced the ministry, his travels, and harming Chris's family. At the same time, Sherry Coleman started to suspect that Chris was having an affair. It turned out that he was meeting a woman during his travels. Sherry asked a friend to pray for her because Chris had asked for a divorce. On May 5, 2009, Chris Coleman woke up and went for an early workout. While he was allegedly gone, his family was murdered. He called a neighbor who was with the Columbia Police Department and asked him to check on his family because he felt something was wrong and no one was answering the phone. Since the police were aware of the threatening letters, this was not an odd request. The police went to the house and found an open basement window. Inside they found walls spray painted with red and the bodies of the family. Chris was interrogated and investigated for the murder. Spouses are usually the prime suspect. It became obvious that there were marital problems and that there was an affair. The other woman was also questioned. It is believed that Chris killed his family and set up the scene before he left for the gym in Missouri. Chris Coleman was arrested for the murder on May 19th. It took 2 years for the case to come to trial in Waterloo, Illinois, and lasted 9 days. He was found guilty and sentenced to life without parole. He was originally sent to Pontiac Prison in Illinois, but was moved to Dodge Prison in Wisconsin due to safety concerns. He has appealed his conviction several times and still maintains his innocence. The grave site of his family was in Chester, Illinois, but they were moved to be closer to Sherry's family near Chicago. There was a court battle by Chris's parents to keep the grandkids near them, but a judge determined that a murderer should not have control over his victims' remains. Chris would have also been buried in the same plot, next to the family he had killed. When I write a true crime article, I typically give my opinion on what I see about the case. What I see here is a terrible tragedy. The family appears to be happy and well off. Things were good for them, but Chris's travels with the ministry led him into situations where he was tempted to cheat. The devil whispers into our ears at the perfect times in order to destroy us. He seeks for nothing but to steal, kill, and destroy. Chris began an adulterous affair with a woman who was described as a friend of his wife, Sherry. They apparently started messaging each other and meeting each other long before the murders occurred. I can tell you that the freedom of text messaging and social media has opened many doors that should never have been opened. A spouse can be sitting right next to you and messaging a lover without your knowledge. Of course, the devil worked to make opportunities for this adultery to grow, and once it happened, it opened doors to all kinds of demonic influence. Do not forget that Chris worked for a ministry and his parents were preachers too. The devil often attacks those close to people who are working for God. That's why there are rumors about the preacher's daughter. She is under attack. Chris's cheating grew to a point where he was led to believe that he loved the other woman and wanted to have a life with her. Demonic suggestions perhaps. But what about his job? The ministry would fire him for cheating and possibly for divorce. What about the kids and custody and child support? The demons might have whispered, and Chris listened. But instead of ending the cheating, he decided to kill his family instead. Another suggestion, given to him by demons? What sort of father kills his children? What sort of husband kills his wife? Something was wrong with Chris. He couldn't lose his job and face court battles. The family courts everywhere in the United States has blood on its hands, as far as I'm concerned. How many families and children have been killed to avoid custody and child support cases? Family law in America needs changed, and these sorts of cases are why. So, he planned the murder to try to blame an unknown person. He meticulously went about pretending there was a stalker. Just like the demons probably told him. He might have thought it was a great idea. I understand that people do not believe in spiritual warfare and demonic forces. But some things are easily understood when we see the dark forces which can lead us to do great damage when we listen to them. It doesn't shift blame. Chris is a murderer. He's just a murderer who helped demons kill his family. I think we can have psychological problems and do things in our lives that makes us more open or willing to listen to those voices. But do not ignore the demons in the shadows when looking at these cases. They destroy the lives of everyone they touch. Case 8. On March 27, 2024, Christian Soto murdered 4 people and injured 7 others. He went to visit a friend he had known for years, and according to the killer, they smoked some marijuana which was laced with another drug. Soto's paranoia grew to such an extent that he grabbed a knife from the kitchen and killed Jacob Schupbach, 23, and his mother Ramona Schupbach, 63. Witnesses say he chased Jacob Schupbach outside the home, stabbing him, and ran him over with his truck. After the attack, Schupbach made it back inside the home before dying. Christian Soto then left the residence at Holmes Street and found Jay Larson, 49, who was a mail carrier on Winnetka Drive. Witnesses say he ran over Larson, beat him, then retrieved a knife from his truck. The killer went to the 4800 block of Cleveland Avenue, where he busted into a home and stabbed 3 more people, none of whom died. They beat him with a bottle, and their pit bull attacked Soto. The spree continued down the street, where Soto invaded a home and found 3 young girls. He attacked them with a baseball bat, leaving Jenna Newcomb, 15, dead. Soto continued through the neighborhood, breaking a window and attacking Lindsay Craig in her home on Florence Street. She managed to escape and fled to Eggleston Road, being chased by Soto, who wielded a knife. Keith Farney stopped his vehicle and tried to help Craig, but was attacked as well. Police finally caught and arrested Soto in the same neighborhood in the midst of his spree. A witness said, "We heard police run up on both sides of the house screaming, 'Stop! Get down!'" A witness told the TV station. Then they ran into the backyard, and after a few minutes we saw them bringing the suspect down the driveway in handcuffs, and he was very bloody. The attacks drew national attention, even leading to a statement from President Biden. "We are praying for the families of those who lost loved ones, and hoping that all those injured make a full recovery. We are also grateful for the heroic actions of local law enforcement, who confronted the suspect and prevented the loss of more innocent life." I traveled to Rockford and did some research on this tragic crime. Police state that the killer, Christian Soto, only had one major crime in his past, a damage to property charge from 2020. Yet, he exploded on this day into a spree of murder that shocked the nation. He admitted to the attacks and helped investigators by explaining what happened to cause them and what happened during the attack. Did he go insane? He says that the marijuana he smoked with victim Jacob Schupbach was laced with some other drug. But why did it only cause Soto to lash out? Soto and Schupbach were friends. They both smoked. Why did Schupbach not kill Soto? I lean toward the spiritual and ask about demons. Yeah, seriously. All humans are tempted by demonic beings. But not all of us kill or break laws. From conception we enter a fallen world where we become damaged. Sometimes that damage to our DNA can open us up for demonic influences. Sometimes trauma happens to us through our life, which allows more access to us without our control. We might have mental issues that can open us up to the spiritual. Our behaviors can do the same. Consider a young serial killer murdering animals in secret, letting the demons whisper into his mind as he tortures cats or molests a neighbor girl. These acts open doors into the soul, mind, or spirit, which leads to more demonic influence. Not possession. Possession is not needed when you think the sick thoughts in your mind are your own, when you break and give in to the desires given to you. Drugs and alcohol can also open doors and break down our ability to resist the temptations. If a person is used to allowing demons open reign in their life, drugs and alcohol can open the doors even further. When you research true crime, you will come across many situations that make no sense. Terrible thoughts, paranoia, urges, voices, things outside of ourselves that helped cause or drive the tragedy. We can give all kinds of physical or mental reasons, which are often true. But, until you plug in the demonic, things still do not make sense. The neighborhood where the crime occurred is a typical middle-class safe area, giving more evidence that these sorts of crimes can happen anywhere. The spree started on Holmes Street where the Schupbachs lived. I pray for those impacted by this terrible tragedy, and for the neighborhood where it happened. I pray they find peace and can recover from this trauma. Case 9. There seems little room for doubt that the desperado, who was recently killed at Pinckneyville, the particulars of which our local correspondent of that town has heretofore furnished our readers, was the real Sam Hildebrand of Missouri notoriety. DuQuoin Tribune, April 11, 1872. Sam Hildebrand was born on January 6, 1836 at the family farm in St. Francois County, Missouri. He went to school for one day and hated it, He cussed out the teacher and went home, where his father gave him a choice to work the farm or go to school. Sam chose to work the farm, and threatening to send him to school was the only discipline he ever needed. At the age of 19, he married Margaret Hampton and built a homestead near the family farm. The Hildebrands had raised hogs for many years and left them to run wild. New settlers to the county laid claim to the hogs. This set up instances of fist fights, lawsuits, and attempts to destroy the reputations of the Hildebrand family, according to Sam Hildebrand in his autobiography. At the beginning of the Civil War in southeast Missouri, men loyal to the Confederates would steal horses and sell them to the South. A cousin approached Sam and wanted to swap horses. Sam did so, but later realized the horse wouldn't pull a plow and traded him. It was then discovered that the horse was stolen. The local vigilance committee, which was nothing more than vigilante groups, swore to kill Sam and his brother, calling them Southern sympathizers and horse thieves. But the vigilantes were also motivated by earlier vendettas in the county. Sam and his brother hid out in the woods. One night Sam was hungry and cold and went home. He was ambushed by the vigilante group and barely escaped. He later returned to move his wife and 5 children. His brother attempted to join a northern militia unit, but was identified and turned over to the vigilantes who hung him. According to Hildebrand, the vigilantes were given a commission to drive out or destroy anyone who was considered a Southern sympathizer. The vigilantes with 80 Union troops attacked Sam's new house. He escaped, but was shot in the leg. The troops burned his house down, leaving his wife and children with no shelter. Sam lay in a ditch, swearing vengeance upon the vigilantes and the Union that supported them. Sam then traveled to Arkansas, where General Jefferson Thompson of the Confederacy made him a major over a unit of guerrillas. Guerrillas, or bushwhackers, during the Civil War were viewed as criminals. It was their job to harass Union forces, steal provisions, and punish Union sympathizers. Sam went back to St. Francois County and proceeded to kill every one of the vigilantes who had hung his brother and made his wife and children homeless. In retaliation, the remaining vigilantes and local Union forces drove his mother from her home and burned it down. They also murdered his uncle and 2 brothers. Sam continued his personal war in St. Francois County, while at the same time waging guerrilla war from Arkansas. His men raided Union camps, ambushed local leaders, while robbing Union supporters and military supply trains. It is estimated that Sam killed 80 to 100 men with his rifle Kill Devil, and put notches in the weapon for each one. When the war ended, he stated in his autobiography, "I was annoyed beyond all measure by the reflection that the war had suddenly ceased before I was done fighting." He had only killed a portion of the Vigilance Committee that had murdered his family, and did not want them to get away with it. Sam wanted to continue to fight, but his wife talked him into accepting a parole on May 26, 1865. He rented a place in Arkansas and began to farm again. In 1869, he moved to St. Genevieve County, on the border of St. Francois County, his home. This caused the surviving vigilantes to get nervous. They contacted the governor in order to get rid of Sam. There was a bounty placed on his head, and the New York Times of July 3, 1869 states the amount was $10,000, which caused men to hunt him down. He was wounded in an assassination attempt and escaped to a relative's house where he was surrounded. He shot his way out, and a manhunt ensued. The governor even called out the militia to hunt for him. After escaping, Sam traveled the South with his family. In 1870, he dictated his life story to 2 journalists who wrote his autobiography. It is said that his wife died sometime after that in Texas. Sam then moved to Pinckneyville, Illinois with his children and earned a living cutting wood. Sam had this to say about his acts. "I make no apology to mankind for my acts of retaliation. I make no whining appeal to the world for sympathy. I sought revenge, and I found it. The key of hell was not suffered to rust in the lock while I was on the warpath." There are several stories regarding the death of Sam Hildebrand. Most stories, however, place Sam in a saloon in Pinckneyville, where he got into some trouble. The Du Quoin Tribune states that Hildebrand was arrested for violating an ordinance. He was tried and fined for the same, that he was then taken in custody by the officers for an assault with intent to kill. It was at this time that Sam fought to escape and pulled a knife, stabbing Deputy John Ragland in the leg. Ragland then shot Hildebrand in the head. Sam Hildebrand died on March 21, 1872. The body was identified by his only surviving brother William. Deputy Ragland spent several months recovering, and it is said that he had a limp for the rest of his life. He moved to Benton, Illinois. then moved to California where he died. It is said that he only received about $1,500 of the reward for Hildebrand. Case 10. February 2011. It has been a tough month for the residents of Anchorage, Alaska. Tensions have been running high since a young, female barista disappeared from a local coffee stand on the night of the 1st. The girl's family was understandably worried sick when she failed to return home after her shift, and their fear only grew when they began to receive strange text messages from her. "I'm going to my friend's house for a few days. Tell my dad I love him. You won't hear from me until I come home." The girl's boyfriend looked at the message in confusion. Why would she suddenly leave and not take any of her belongings with her? Which friend was she staying with? Why? These were questions with no real answers, because he knew on some level that every word was a lie. He had no way to prove his suspicions, but the more days went by without another word from her, the worse his worries grew. Posters bearing her image and information had been put up all over the area. Her father offered a $12,500 reward for information leading to the girl's return, and anyone who knew the man was sure he would have offered a lot more if he could have. He was a devoted single father, and not having her around was taking its toll on him, emotionally and physically. On February 11th, over 1,000 people attended a candlelight vigil at the town square park in downtown Anchorage. It was a touching scene, people from all over the community coming together to support the family. Around that same time, another Anchorage resident was getting off a cruise ship near his hotel in New Orleans, Louisiana. He was well aware of the news surrounding the missing girl, but this hardly ruined his vacation. If anything, it had only made getting away all the more enjoyable. He was quite content with the knowledge that he had information others desperately wanted, and he was in no hurry to share it. This man knew exactly where the girl was. No, he wanted to take his sweet, sweet time. Maybe he would never tell anyone anything. It was much more fun to watch people scramble for answers that would never be found, after all. The man passed through Dallas, Texas, on his way back to Anchorage on the 16th. Now that his trip was over, he was getting bored again. After finding a suitable location, a 3,500 square foot house and barn, he seized the opportunity to have some fun. The man set a fire, and soon both buildings were up in flames. The locals stopped in their tracks and watched as the sky turned dark with smoke. Heat warped the air. The fire was so massive that they feared it would swallow everything around it. Yet, this stranger was totally unconcerned. It was as if the flames did not even exist to him. He stopped only to ask for directions before he took off. The man was excited to get home. On the 19th, he was back in Anchorage. His young daughter had also returned to school, and his girlfriend was at work. He always enjoyed his time alone. He went to his shed and opened the large cabinet. Inside lay the frozen body of the missing girl. He carefully removed her from the drawer. She was naked except for a tarp he had wrapped around her, though even this had not prevented her from making a mess inside the cabinet. The blood from the wound on her back had soaked the insulation lining the floor. Annoyed, the man cleaned up the scene and disposed of the tarp, insulation, and what was left of the girl's clothing in his fireplace. The rest of the day came and went. The man left the girl in the shed while he gathered the supplies needed for the next part of his plan. The return of his girlfriend the following morning did not slow him down either. He had long ago made it clear to the woman that he did not like her interfering in his business. He returned to the shed after a shopping trip for a camera, makeup, fishing line, and sewing needles. Among his haul was a newspaper he found in a dumpster. It was the February 13th edition, recent enough to make his plan believable. Using the makeup, fishing line, and needles, the man set to work. It was not an easy task. Her skin had turned darker as she thawed, and the blood pooled beneath her skin. Her eyes were dull and blank, meaning they were best left closed. It took a lot of makeup and fishing line to make her look alive again. The man snapped a few photos of her with his new camera. Then he typed up a ransom note. He had seen the news and was aware of how much money the girl's father was offering, but he decided it was not enough. He demanded at least $30,000 to be deposited in the girl's bank account in exchange for her return. The thought of it all made him laugh. Using the girl's phone, the man sent another text to her boyfriend, giving him directions to a park where he had left the typed note and photograph. All that was left now was to get rid of the body. Luckily, he was quite handy with a saw. On the 21st, the man headed towards Matanuska Lake with the girl's dismembered remains in tow. He walked out onto its frozen surface and cut a hole in the ice before throwing her into the water. The body, held down by fishing weights, slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. After a few more hours, the man packed up his belongings. He was happy to have caught a few fish and planned to cook them for his family's dinner that night. The fun was over for now. It was time to get back to his other life. Case 11 was May 31st, 1985, the tail end of spring, but living in Southern Carolina meant that summer came early. In spite of the heat, Sherry had had a busy day. With her high school graduation just 2 days away, followed by a class trip to the Bahamas, she found herself busy preparing for a new stage of life. She had spent the morning doing the daily prayer she always shared with her family before heading off to rehearse with her chorus teacher, as she had been selected to sing the Star-Spangled Banner at the commencement ceremony alongside a classmate. After a much-needed pool party at a friend's house, she was more than ready to head home for the day. She had no idea that, within a tiny, seemingly insignificant window of time, an unknown predator had already set his sights on her. Still clad in her swimsuit, she drove her blue Chevette to the Smith family home located at 5700 Platte Springs Road of Lexington, a suburb of the state's capital city. The house had been built in the center of a vast plot of land, leaving all four sides surrounded by what was, at this time of year, a sea of drying grass save for the swimming pool in the back. The pathway from the mailbox to the front door was around 700 feet, but it was a distance Sherry had grown used to crossing. Before she did so again, however, she needed to check the mail. Sherry opened the mailbox and took out a few letters. She hardly had the chance to look at them when she heard a car pull up behind her. A man she did not recognize looked at her with hungry eyes from the driver's seat. He said something she could not hear over the sound of both cars' engines still running. The man did not bother to repeat himself. Instead, he hurried out of the car, closing the space between him and Sherry in the blink of an eye. He grabbed her, and to Sherry's horror, pressed what she soon realized was the cold metal barrel of a gun to her body. If she wanted to live, he warned her, then she'd better get in his car. Sherry had a righteous upbringing and had been raised to see the best in everyone. In all her innocence, she likely had no idea what fate awaited her when she stepped into the car. When he drove off, did she understand that she would never return? But what is known for certain is that her father, Bob Smith, a Baptist pastor and engineer, had been the first person to notice that something was amiss. He and his wife, Hilda, had been out back by the pool around the time their daughter arrived. When he first saw her car parked at the end of their driveway, he had assumed she had merely stopped to pick up the mail. When he looked out the window a while later, however, he saw the car still there, unmoved. Hilda tried to soothe his worries by offering the possibility that Sherry was reading a letter sent by Dawn, the eldest Smith sister, and got caught up because the two were very close, but a sinking feeling came over him. Bob hurried outside to his own car and drove down to check on his daughter. His worst fears were realized. Sherry was gone. Her car was running and all her belongings, including her shoes, were still inside. A handful of letters were strewn across the ground, indicating that she had dropped them suddenly and perhaps unwillingly. He could make out her bare footprints leading away from the front seat, but none were leading back. Worst of all was what he found in her purse, her medication. Sherry Fay suffered from a rare medical condition, diabetes insipidus, more commonly known as water diabetes. It meant that Sherry's body had a hard time regulating fluids and could quickly become dehydrated, something that, given the intense heat, could quickly put her in serious danger without her medicine. Panicked, Pastor Smith hurried back inside the house to get to Hilda. He told his wife that her car had still been running, but she was not in it. Mrs. Smith was understandably just as worried. While her husband called the police, she hopped into her own car and drove around in search of Sherry. It pained her to have to return to the house without her and endure the half-hour wait before help arrived. All Hilda could do at the moment was pace around the property, praying silently for her daughter's safety. In South Carolina today, there is no amount of time required before a family can report a person missing. This was unfortunately not the case for many states in previous decades. Had Sherry been anyone else, it is likely the authorities would have needed to wait before beginning their search, considering the fact that she was right on the brink of adulthood. The fact that Sherry was a diabetic without her medicine, however, created a sense of urgency that got police to act right away. What followed was one of the largest searches conducted in the history of Lexington County. Air teams were called in to conduct aerial searches. The governor's office's Emergency Preparedness Division arrived to set up tractor-trailers that would serve as a base for the investigation. These trailers were full of all sorts of equipment, including telephones, radios, and cameras, that could keep the place running 24 hours a day. Authorities were eager to help not just because of the urgency of Sherry's health needs, but also because they were already familiar enough with the Smiths to know it was unlike the girl to have run away. "She's not a runaway," Captain Bob Ford of the Sheriff's Department told the press. "We can't accept any theories that she ran away from home." The efforts were led by Lexington County Sheriff James R. Metz, who also set up base in a trailer near the Smith home. The plan was for this place to remain accessible at all hours in case any new information regarding Sherry or her abductor came in. Having everything in one place meant that they could save precious time, Sherry's time. They would need the public's help. Whenever something strange happened in a small town, word got around fast. Soon after, calls came in from locals reporting sightings of suspicious vehicles. Two men who had driven past the Platte Springs Road just after 3 in the afternoon claimed to have seen Sherry standing at the mailbox. At the same time, a car, described as being reddish-purple or maroon in color, was coming up the opposite side of the road, headed directly towards the Smith home. Based off of their brief sighting, the men believed the other vehicle to be an Oldsmobile Cutlass, possibly a model from 1982 to 1984. The driver appeared to be a man in his 30s. When they passed by, they looked in their rearview mirror. The taillights of the Oldsmobile came on. The vehicle had come to a stop at the mailbox. A short while later, the two men passed by the Smith home again. This time they saw Sherry's Chevette, but they did not see Sherry. With no luck that first day, the search carried on into the weekend, expanding to over 100 volunteers combing the area, undaunted by the heat. Helicopters and bloodhounds were used. The phone at the Smith family house was wiretapped. Still, no progress was made aside from the recovery of a red bandana belonging to Sherry. It was located on the side of the road, less than a mile from the house, and law enforcement believed that she may have dropped it from a moving vehicle, a sort of breadcrumb in her kidnapper's path. But unfortunately, it did not lead to further clues. It had been a long and hard day. They had combed through about 20 miles of land with almost nothing to show for it. At least 2 volunteers fainted from heat exhaustion. Another man stepped on a nail, while a police officer suffered a nasty spider bite. They were all taken to the Lexington County Hospital by an ambulance that had been kept at the scene in case of emergencies. When the search concluded for the day just before 6 in the evening, the temperature still hovered over 97 degrees. Everyone was in need of rest, though the sheriff asked them to return early the next morning before the worst of the heat. Past experience with similar crimes led the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, commonly abbreviated as SLED in sources, to expect a ransom demand to come in soon. As grim as the prospect that Sherry was being held for ransom was, it was actually the preferable situation than most alternatives, because ransom demands meant the perp was likely to communicate with law enforcement, and being able to communicate with a perp made it easier to catch them. It also meant it would have been more likely that Sherry would have been kept alive as a bargaining chip, that is, if they were lucky. When the third day came with no demand, the local authorities were unsure what to do next. It was clear that this was no ordinary case. It was something bigger than their resources could handle on their own, so they needed help. Word of Sherry's abduction soon reached the FBI in the Columbia, South Carolina field office. Case 12. Herbert Richard Baumeister was born April 7, 1947, to Herbert Baumeister Sr., a successful anesthesiologist, and his wife, Elizabeth. He would be the first of the couple's 4 children and spent his early years in Westfield, a well-to-do suburb just north of Indianapolis, Indiana. Shortly after the younger Herbert's arrival in 1948, his parents welcomed a second child and only daughter, Barbara. The early 1950s would also see the births of 2 little brothers, Brad, born in 1954, and Richard, born in 1956. It is said that the 4 Baumeister children had a happy childhood, and if young Herbert had any grievances about his home life, it would be that the family home was not large enough to accommodate 6 people. The crowded house was uncomfortable for the boy, though the issue was a temporary one. The 1950s was the era of upward mobility for many Americans, and the post-war economy made it possible for more people to make real money than ever before. The elder Baumeister made some notable advances in his career during this time, earning him enough money to move his family to a larger home. Indeed, what is known about the boyhood of this future monster brings to mind the typical image of mid-century suburban Americana. His father was a hard worker, so much so that he often had little leisure time to spend with his children. His mother was a devoted housewife, loving and attentive, and was said to have doted on her oldest boy. Little Herbert was talkative and friendly, and was not known to have gotten into trouble any worse than typical childhood antics. If he had suffered any major trauma in his formative years, no one could recall it. He was treated well by his family and peers at school. There were no major illnesses or head injuries that could have caused a disturbance in his still developing brain. So where did things go so wrong? Things began to take a weird turn for the younger Herbert around the time he began puberty. Though never a popular child, he still maintained a small circle of close friends. One thing they all seemed to appreciate about the boy was his sense of humor, which was already dark and sometimes irreverent. No one suspected anything was amiss when Herbert's jokes grew more and more disturbing. The truth was that his jokes were no longer just jokes. He was rapidly developing an interest in morbid topics such as death and violence, and it would not be long before he sought to indulge his curiosity. One thing that especially fascinated him was dead animals, particularly roadkill. On one occasion, he happened upon the corpse of a small crow. He waved away a swarm of flies that had gathered over it, and then bent over to pick up the animal, its fragile body stiff with rigor mortis. It exuded a pungent smell that lingered sweetly on his mind. He wondered how long it had been lying there, a treasure ignored by the rest of the world. It was a stench that hypnotized him and made him want to get it all inside him. Herbert brought the carcass up to his face, so that the feathers were close enough to brush against his trembling lips. In that moment, he loved the dead bird so much he wanted to destroy it, feel the crush of its hollow little bones against the might of his fingers. The black feathers would come away. He would rip them off if they did not, and he would take them home to savor this memory whenever he wanted. But as he pressed his thumbs into the bird's flesh, he felt something unexpected. There was writhing just beneath the skin that seemed to grow more frantic the longer he held on. Maggots were wriggling about, more than he could count. Herbert took one and pinched it between his fingers, feeling a subtle pop. He rubbed the white mush and focused on the swarm inside the body. Tightening his grip on the carcass exposed even more of them, and they fell all over him, landing on his sleeves and pant legs. It was an exciting moment unlike anything he had ever known or thought he could know. His breath caught in his throat, and his blood was running hot. There was an unfamiliar sensation in his groin that took over his mind. It was an exciting moment unlike anything he had ever known or thought he could know. His breath caught in his throat, and his blood was running hot. There was an unfamiliar sensation in his groin that took over his mind. What exactly did Herbert plan to do with the dead crow? Whatever it was, his plans were foiled when he heard the voice of another boy calling out to him and snapped out of his daze. He must have realized how crazy he looked when his friend, Bill Donovan, approached him. In that moment, he nearly let the crow fall back onto the roadside, but then he got an idea, something delightfully twisted that was sure to make Bill and all the other boys laugh. Case 13. Little is known for certain about one of history's most notorious female criminals. For starters, even the exact date of her birth is unclear. However, writers and historians often agree that she was likely born on November 11th, between 1855 and 1859, in Innbygdi, a hamlet in Selbu, Norway, not as Belle but as Brynhild Paulsdatter Storset. She was named after her father, Paul, as per the Scandinavian custom, literally Paul's daughter. What is known is that her earliest years were a struggle. She was the youngest of her siblings, the eighth born to the aging Paul Peterson Storset, a husman or sharecropper, and Berit Olsdatter, a homemaker. The family all lived together in a tiny, cramped cottage on rented land, supported by their father's equally tight salary. Brynhild's family was among the poorest in the area, making their living raising livestock on a single acre of land. When farming was not enough, Paul worked as a stonemason during the colder months. His children and wife helped out in whichever ways they were able. Brynhild, in particular, was often tasked with bringing home any twigs she could find scattered on the forest floor, as the family could not afford proper firewood. This earned her the nickname Snurkvispala, which translated to Paul's twig daughter among local bullies. As was common for a girl of her age and standing, Brynhild, at 14, began working for a dairy farm, spending her days herding cattle into the pastures to graze, as well as milking cows, churning butter, making cheese, and performing various other chores. The Storsets were, by all accounts, a hard-working family, but for all their efforts they were always just right above starving. The situation became so dire that, more than once, Paul had to sign up to receive welfare. It is known that their financial situation grew worse in 1878, when Brynhild was 18 years old, just a few years before she would leave for America. Unsurprisingly, Brynhild became obsessed with money. It was a love that would live inside her for the rest of her life, driving her to do the unimaginable time and time again. Opinions on young Brynhild's personality appeared to be split among the residents of her hometown. There were those who sang her praises, including her pastor, August Hanstein, at the Evangelical Lutheran Church, as well as her employer. They saw the girl as a good Christian and diligent worker. She was well versed in the Bible and knew all her prayers. They never had any issue with her misbehaving. Then there were the others. Many years later, after the news of her crimes reached worldwide infamy, Selbiggen, the local newspaper, ran an article emphasizing that she was remembered by many people as a very bad human being, capricious and extremely malicious. She had unpretty habits, always in the mood for dirty tricks, talked little, and was a liar already as a child. People mocked her and called her Snukkvistpula. As a grown-up, she was still little respected and was a scum of society. Call it an incident of judging the past through the lens of the future, but there is some evidence to suggest that Brynhild's reputation had been soiled, deservedly or not, long before she began her criminal career. If the town gossip is to be believed, the future murderess's life could be divided into two parts, before the pregnancy and after. The rumor went that, in 1877, Brynhild was 17 years old when she became pregnant for the first and possibly only time in her life. The father's identity is unknown, though it was commonly believed to have been a young man from a wealthy family. Perhaps even the son of the owner of the very land Brynhild's family lived on. The scandal that arose must have been humiliating for the teenager. Not only would she be shamed for having a baby out of wedlock, but she was also confronted with the fact that she, herself, was unwanted. Another family could have convinced the unborn child's father to marry Brynhild in order to make things right. But if she had been hoping for a commitment from this man, she was sorely disappointed. She was of low value as a potential bride. Not only was her family poor and of no social standing, leaving them with nothing to offer a groom, but she was also considered to have been physically unattractive. Photographs of her in her younger years show a stern-looking yet plain-faced woman with dark hair and deep features. Others, such as true crime writer Harold Schechter, author of Hell's Princess, The Mystery of Belle Gunness, Butcher of Men, are less forgiving in their assessment of her looks. She was a notably unlovely young woman, with a large head, small eyes, short nose, and a wide, fat-lipped mouth that, when set into a frown, bore resemblance to a frog's. Ugly or not, he nevertheless found her appealing enough to sleep with, but nothing more. The father of Brynhild's child wanted nothing to do with her. He had grown to resent her, and what being tied to her meant for his future. Brynhild got the chance to see him again one evening during a country dance. Exactly what happened next is subject to much speculation, but the night ended with a vicious assault that caused her to miscarry. If there was any latent evil hiding in Brynhild's psyche before this, it must have been well hidden. Those close to her remarked that the beating caused a rather dramatic change in her personality. It was also said that her former lover ended up dying not long after the incident from a painful illness of the stomach. In retrospect, the symptoms of the unknown disease appeared to closely resemble arsenic poisoning. Did the cruelty of the world leave her jaded? One must wonder if she became a different person, or if she simply decided to reveal her true self. Either way, the diligent, hard-working Brynhild that her family knew was dead, and in her place now was a deeply wicked woman. Case 14. Harold Frederick Shipman was born on January 14, 1946, in Nottingham, England, 8 months after Germany surrendered to the Allied forces and brought an end to the bloodiest conflict of the century. It was a particularly special time to be born. With the end of the Second World War came a population boom in the form of celebration babies, marking a hopeful new beginning for a nation that had been ravaged for so long by destruction. This was partly why young Harold Shipman, the second child born to working-class parents Harold and Vera, was, by all accounts, their favorite. His sister, Pauline, was his senior by 7 years, and his brother, Clive, was his junior by 4. While his siblings seemed doomed to a life of mediocrity, Harold gained a reputation as the clever one in the family. From boyhood, he was convinced by his mother that he was destined for great things. Both the war and their familial backgrounds, Vera and the elder Harold were descended from manual laborers, instilled in the Shipman parents a desire to give their children the best lives they could afford. That their older boy showed the most potential meant that much of the family's hopes were pinned almost entirely on the boy's shoulders. Though the fear of failure was great, it surprisingly did not seem to create any feelings of resentment between them. On the contrary, Their bond only seemed to grow stronger as Harold reached adolescence. While not much is known about young Harold's relationship with his father, it was no secret that he remained very close to his mother for the rest of his childhood. This was less by his own choice than by his mother's insistence. Vera was said to have been overprotective and somewhat overbearing when it came to her favorite son. From the clothes he wore to the friends he was allowed to make at school, Vera always made sure he made the proper choices. But she took genuine joy in her role as a housewife. The Shipman home, from what the few outsiders who were invited in can remember, was always a spotless place. Her children were polite, well-behaved, and almost always kept at home. It was something that other people admired her for, though they also found the Shipmans somewhat odd. Hannah Cutler, a neighbor who lived in the area during Harold's youth, recounted, "The family were rather insular, but I knew them well because I lived opposite. I've known the children since they were little. They never mixed in with the other kids, they didn't play in the street, and when they came home from school, they stayed in the house. I think Harold and Vera wanted them to be different. They didn't want them to be like other kids on the estate. They wanted something better for them. In a way, they were investing in their children." Vera's efforts to shape her son's identity proved largely successful. While he was still a schoolboy, Harold, known as Freddie or Fred by his peers, developed a rather arrogant personality that would remain throughout his life. This seemingly extended even to his manner of dress. While other children wore casual clothing outside of school, Vera kept Harold prim and proper at all times, and her idea of well-dressed meant a bow tie and waistcoat, no matter the occasion. His youth was not entirely solitary. He was close to his siblings, especially Pauline. A few houses away on their street in the Edwards Lane estate lived a boy named Alan Goddard. Just a few months younger than Harold, Alan attended the Beaufort Infants School. In the United Kingdom, children attend infants school from ages 4 to 7 and could be seen as a partial equivalent to elementary school in the United States, alongside him. Goddard would recall seeing Harold often during the short walk home during those early childhood days, and soon the boys became friends. The friendship would continue as they grew older. The unexpected population boom of post-war celebration babies meant that the local junior school, Whitemore, was unprepared for so many new pupils. As a result, the boys stayed at Beaufort for an additional year before they were allowed to take double-decker buses to and from Whitemore, a first taste of independence for young Fred. He was said to have been a good, though not spectacular, student. Little of note happened during most of his time at Whitemore aside from a struggle with left-handedness, something which, in those days, was seen as a malady to be fixed, which had a profoundly negative effect on the psyches of left-handed children. He did, however, discover a passion for sports, namely stoolball, a local sport similar to cricket and baseball. It was on the field that a more outgoing, though aggressive, side of his personality broke loose. He studied hard and got good grades. Along with stoolball, Harold excelled at football, the term for soccer in the United Kingdom, and rugby. Despite these accomplishments, his mother's high standards and his own elitism made it difficult for him to make friends. Even throughout his junior school years, the boy was seen as a loner by others. After finishing his primary education at around 11 years old, Fred was accepted into High Pavement Grammar School in September 1957. It was just what his mother had been hoping for. Founded near the end of the 16th century, High Pavement was a prestigious, all-boys school considered to be the best in the area. Unfortunately, his time there was not what he and his family had been expecting. While he had been considered an exceptional student before, the other boys at this new school were also some of the best in their class. For the first time in his life, Harold was not special, and the feeling of being lost within a crowd made him deeply unhappy. When one thinks of a serial killer's life, one might typically assume that they must have suffered a great deal of emotional trauma to become someone capable of the most depraved acts. This is not a baseless assumption. Countless true crime books and documentaries are filled with stories of killers who endured unimaginable suffering and abuse in their early lives. Also common are childhood injuries to the brain and family histories of mental illness. Harold Shipman, however, experienced none of these and, by all accounts, had a happy childhood. However, things would take an unfortunate turn when he was around 17 years old. At this time, his beloved mother fell ill and was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. Fred watched the once vibrant woman rapidly become a shell of her former self. With his father and sister at work and Clive at school, he readily became her caretaker. Vera's illness pulled the two to grow closer, as the already solitary teenager took it upon himself to come home from school straight away each day in order to be by her side. These afternoons spent drinking tea and waiting for the doctor were as much a comfort to him as they were to Vera, though the memory of them would always be tainted by tragedy. Hospice care was much less common in that era, which meant that Vera would remain at home, confined to her bed till the end. Her condition continued to deteriorate, and she grew weak and emaciated. Soon, little else could be done for her aside from easing her suffering. The only thing that could allay her unending pain was morphine, which Harold watched get administered to his mother via injection whenever the family's doctor made house calls. This act fascinated the teenager. One moment, his mother was ailing, and the next, she was her old self again. The fact that the opiate was so fast-acting was not lost on him either. On Friday, June 21st, 1963, Vera Shipman succumbed to her disease at only 43 years old. While the rest of the family mourned in the traditional way, Fred spent the weekend running non-stop in the pouring rain, intentionally exhausting himself. By Monday, he was back at school, and his reaction puzzled his few friends. People would note that Fred appeared, on the surface, almost entirely unaffected. When a classmate asked about his weekend, all he said was, "My mum died." No one at school even knew Vera had been ill. His mother's death was no doubt a turning point in his life. Although Harold had previously shown no interest in studying medicine, Vera's death seemed to trigger in him a deep interest in the field, and he decided that he wanted to become a doctor. It would be a long and difficult road to take, but it would be worth it if he could do for others what the family doctor had done for his mother. There were other reasons too, but those were far less noble. Case 15. Chelsea Poorman was a member of the Kawakatus First Nation and was born in 1995 in Regina, Saskatchewan. Chelsea was the middle child of two other sisters. She had a difficult childhood, and she and her sisters were put into foster care while her mother, Sheila Poorman, battled cancer and addictions. After her mother regained her health, the sisters were allowed to return to their mother, where she raised them during their teenage years. Chelsea was known as a kind soul who went out of her way to help others, and would often bring hot coffee to people living on the streets during the winter. She had big dreams and loved animals, cared for the environment, and was interested in fashion design and cosmetology. In 2014, Chelsea graduated from Saskatoon's Bishop Murray High School and was even given a Perseverance Award by teachers for overcoming tough obstacles in order to finish grade 12. Just a few months after graduating high school, Chelsea was leaving a friend's house and, while walking home, was struck by a large truck. The accident caused a brain injury that left her mentally a few years younger than her actual age. She also suffered a fractured skull, a permanently disabled arm, and two badly broken legs in which doctors inserted metal rods and were unsure if she would even walk again. Chelsea's mother remembered her remaining positive throughout the experience, and with determination she learned to walk again with a brace on one leg and a shoe with a lift on the other. In 2020, Chelsea moved from Regina to Vancouver for a fresh start, to be closer to family, and have better access to mental health facilities. Months after moving, things were starting to look up, and Chelsea's sister remembered admiring her sister's continual efforts to grow and get better. On Sunday, September 6, 2020, during a long Labor Day weekend, the sisters decided to go out and have dinner together at Gastown's Alibi Room in downtown Vancouver. The two then headed to the Belmont Hotel at Nelson and Granville Streets. The sisters then took a 20-minute walk to Paige's friend's party at a house on Davie and Granville. Chelsea would eventually leave the party intoxicated after getting into a small argument with her sister, not telling her where she was going. At 12:57 a.m. Paige was able to reach Chelsea, who texted her that she had met a new bae, whom she was meeting. There was no activity from her phone after that message, and she was never heard from again. She was reported missing by her family on September 8th. Chelsea's mother has stated several times that she did not trust the way the case was handled by the Vancouver Police Department, VPD, from the beginning. It took them 10 days to issue a public notice about Chelsea's disappearance after she had filed the first missing persons report and notified them of Chelsea's physical and mental disabilities. 2 months after the initial report was filed, an officer told Sheila the case was now being transferred to the VPD homicide unit because they had more resources to investigate, and they had determined that Chelsea was vulnerable. Feeling unsupported and helpless during this entire investigation, the family took it upon themselves to print and post flyers around town, organize rallies, and raise money for a $10,000 reward. However, the family's effort did not lead to any suspects or leads. On April 22, 2022, a construction worker discovered human remains in the unkempt and overgrown backyard of an empty $7.1 million mansion near 36th Avenue and Granville Street in the exclusive Shaughnessy neighborhood. Police didn't notify Chelsea's family until 2 weeks after discovering the remains. They told the family they wanted to make sure it was her, something her family does not believe, as the remains matched the description of Chelsea's outfit and physical disabilities. The VPD has stated publicly that there is not enough evidence to indicate that Chelsea's death was suspicious. After a coroner's examination, it was concluded that she had several fingers missing as well as parts of her skull. She had no identification on her, and her phone was not found with her body, and was later traced to downtown Vancouver in Victory Square. Police believe Chelsea died the night of her disappearance, which her family doubt because her body was found lying on a ground-level patio just outside a back door, and they wonder why it had not been spotted before by anyone. It was also hard for Chelsea to walk long distances because of her physical disabilities, and the mansion was located 5.8 kilometers from the house she was last seen at. Skeptical of the police work being done, her father, Mike Kiernan, broke into the mansion and was shocked to see several items that looked like they had belonged to Chelsea still on the patio where she was found. For example, a bus pass, hair elastics, socks, and parts of her cell phone case were still lying at the crime scene. None of these items had been collected by police to be investigated further. A VPD spokesman has stated that the investigation into Chelsea's death remains open, but reiterated that they have insufficient evidence to suggest her death was the result of a crime. Case 16. Alicia Navarro was a 14-year-old girl living in Glendale, Arizona with her younger sister and brother, father Ivan, and mother Jessica Nunez before she disappeared. Alicia was known as a sweet and simple girl. From a young age, she had advanced sensory abilities and learned to tie her shoes and do laundry. She was also very smart with electronics, and enjoyed spending most of her time playing video games such as Minecraft and Roblox. She loved to wear sweatshirts even in the Arizona heat, and go to McDonald's to get her favorite order of chicken nuggets. Alicia attended Bourgade Catholic High School in Phoenix, and described herself as introverted, nerdy, shy on her first day of school. Life was not always easy for Alicia, however, as she had to take medications, had a compromised immune system, and was diagnosed with autism. She was high-functioning on the autism spectrum, but her family still hired a behavior coach to help her through the challenges she faced from being in a school environment. She had a small group of childhood friends, as well as her many online gaming friends. On Friday, September 13, 2019, Alicia asked her mother, Jessica, if she could skip school, and her mother agreed, reasoning that she was feeling nervous. Alicia spent most of that day in her room. On Saturday, she spent the day with her mother, getting her eyebrows threaded and visiting a chocolate factory. Jessica remembered her daughter as being very happy that day. On Sunday night, September 15th, at approximately 1 a.m., Jessica was waiting for her husband, Ivan, to get off work when Alicia walked downstairs to get a glass of water. Seeing Alicia up late at night was not new to her mother, as she knew Alicia often stayed up late to play video games and talk to her online gaming friends. Alicia asked her mother what time she was going to bed before she headed back upstairs to her room. At some point during the night after her husband returned home, the two went to bed. The next morning, at around 7 a.m., Jessica was up making breakfast for her family. Ivan and Alicia's younger brother and sister were up, but Alicia was not up yet. While putting together the food, Jessica noticed that the back door to the house was slightly ajar. She went out to the yard to make sure nothing was amiss, but soon discovered that someone had moved and stacked several of the chairs in the yard against the back wall. There were also shoe prints near the chairs that appeared to be the same size as Alicia's. Jessica suspected that the chairs had been stacked to help her daughter jump over the wall. Jessica went to Alicia's room, but her room was empty and Alicia was nowhere to be found. On Alicia's desk there was a note to her parents that read, "I ran away. I will be back. I swear. I'm sorry." Alicia's laptop was also gone, but not the chargers. Jessica immediately called the police to inform them of Alicia's disappearance. Police arrived at the home to search the house, but did not find anything else unusual. 5 days later, on September 20th, 2019, Alicia turned 15 years old. She did not make any contact with her family or friends, and her social media was not active. Jessica believes that someone from one of Alicia's online gaming communities convinced her to meet, and then kept her from returning home. As police actively work the case, Jessica continues to keep Alicia's story alive in the news by doing interviews, which have led to 2 tips about her possible whereabouts. The first tip was from a woman who claimed to have seen Alicia walking with a man holding hands at a location approximately 10 minutes from Alicia's and her family's home. The second tip came in from another woman claiming to have seen Alicia in the same area. The tips unfortunately did not lead to any breakthroughs. The Glendale Police Department still does not know for sure whether Alicia was lured away or if she left on her own accord, and is actively searching for her with the assistance of the FBI and the Center for Missing and Exploited Children. An age-progressed photo of Alicia at the age of 17 has also been released. On July 26, 2023, police reported that Alicia walked into a police station in Montana, 40 miles from the U.S.-Canadian border, and asked for help to be taken off the missing juvenile list. She is by all accounts safe, she is by all accounts healthy, and she is by all accounts happy. Jose Santiago, a spokesman for Glendale Police, reported. Alicia told police that she voluntarily left home at the time, but no further details about the circumstances of her disappearance have been released by police. She has been reunited with her mother. More to come in this development. October 24, 2023. Edmund, Eddie Davis, whom police describe as the boyfriend of Alicia Navarro, has been arrested and charged with child sex abuse after explicit images were found on his cell phone. The images were discovered after his apartment in Havre, Montana, was searched by police looking for evidence. The current charges against Davis are not related to the disappearance of Alicia. Case 17. LaVena Johnson grew up in Florissant, Missouri with her father Dr. John Johnson, a service veteran, her mother Linda Johnson, and her 4 siblings. After high school, LaVena decided to enroll in the U.S. military. Her father had previously served, and she wanted to continue the family tradition. LaVena became a private first class in the United States Army and was stationed in Balad, Iraq. She worked in the communications building and wrote home frequently to update her parents on her experience. On July 17th, LaVena called her parents with the good news that she would be coming home early for Christmas and that she was looking forward to decorating the tree and spending time with everyone. Her mother recalled her being her usual jubilant self during this conversation. A couple of days after this call, the Johnson family received a visit from a soldier. He was there to tell them that LaVena had died, even alluding that LaVena had taken her own life, which struck her family as unusual. They had just spoken to her days before, and nothing seemed to have warranted her taking her own life. As more information came in about LaVena's death, her parents started to get a clearer picture of the events that transpired that day. LaVena got off work sometime between 4 and 5 p.m., but never made it to her physical training appointment. The Army claimed that LaVena had met up with a male soldier who she hung out with for approximately 4 hours in his room, and then both went to the shopping area to pick up some items before the two went their separate ways. At 1:20 a.m. her body was found in a contractor's tent in a pool of blood with her hand covering her face. Next to her body was an M16 rifle and some scattered papers. After an autopsy was done, LaVena's death was officially ruled a suicide by the Army. They claimed she was upset that her boyfriend of 2 months had broken up with her and that she burned letters from him and then committed suicide by firing an M16 automatic rifle into her mouth. The Army recommended that the family have a closed casket funeral, but the Johnson family decided on an open casket funeral. And it was here where they began to see several discrepancies with the Army's story. For one, LaVena's nose looked like it had been broken and her lips cut. The only sign of a gunshot wound was a small bullet hole on the left side of her head, but the Army told them she had shot herself in the mouth. The entry wound also looked like it came from a 9mm, not an M16 rifle. LaVena's gloves had also been glued onto her hands, which was not normal protocol. When LaVena's dad finally got his hands on the autopsy report months later, he discovered more suspicious information. He discovered that no rape kit was done and no fingernail scrapings were ever taken. It was evident that the medical examiner who conducted the autopsy had already determined that the cause of death was a suicide beforehand. At this point, the family decided to hire their own criminal investigator to look into the case. After months of back and forth with the Army, they were finally given the case documents, which included original color crime scene photos. The photos showed that LaVena had severe damage to her face, resembling someone who had been hit with a blunt object. Her nose was broken, she had a black eye and loose teeth, and some type of corrosive liquid had been poured into her genitals, most likely to destroy any DNA evidence. The gunshot wound was also inconsistent with suicide. Levena's father did not believe his 5'1" daughter's arms were long enough to pull the trigger of an M16 cradled between her legs, as described in the Army's report. The Army said they did not do a rape kit because it did not look like there was any evidence of a struggle. Even though there was no suicide note, no recovered bullet, no significant gunshot residue on her hands, and a trail of blood found outside the tent. The Army claimed that she was depressed and unstable days before her death and that her death was a suicide and closed the case. Levena's father, John Johnson, believes his daughter was assaulted and killed, and her crime scene was staged to look like a suicide to cover up for somebody on that base with high rank or prestige. The Johnsons are not the only ones fighting this uphill battle. Several families have lost daughters in the military to mysterious deaths and suicides. In many cases, they are left with unanswered questions, unrealistic conclusions, and a lifelong fight for the truth from the military. Below you can find some ways to help and resources to dig deeper into Levena's case and other instances of military injustice. Case 18. On February 13, 2000, Asha Jakia Degree was 9 years old and lived with her father Howard, mother Aquila, and her brother O'Brien, 10 years old, in Shelby, North Carolina. Asha and her brother's life were centered around their extended family, church, and school. On that day, there was a car crash near the Degree house that caused the power in the neighborhood to go out. Their normal routine of taking a bath before bed was left to be done the next morning. The kids went to bed at 8:30 p.m., and Aquila set the alarm for an hour earlier the next morning, so the children could bathe before going to school. At 12:30 a.m. the power had come back on, and Asha's father Howard came home from work. He checked on the children and watched TV before going to bed at 2:30 a.m. He checked on the children one last time before going to bed, where he saw them both sleeping. During the night, Asha's brother O'Brien momentarily woke up and saw her standing in their room. Thinking she had just gone to use the restroom, he goes back to bed. When Aquila's alarm went off at 5:30 a.m., she rose to give the children their bath. She opened the door to the children's room and saw O'Brien in bed, but no Asha. She searched the entire house, but was unable to locate her. She realized Asha was not in the house, and went to wake Howard to tell him she was missing. After calling family members, they called the police shortly afterward as no one had seen her. When the police came to the house, they saw no evidence of a crime, foul play, or forced entry. After police realized that Asha's backpack, a pair of sneakers, and 2 sets of clothes were missing, they started to think Asha left by choice. Asha's parents were adamant that she would not have run away. Her home life was stable, and she was a shy girl, terrified of the dark, storms, and dogs, and there was a storm the night she went missing. She had lost a basketball game recently, and was visibly upset about it, but they believe it would not have been a reason for her to run away. After police made her disappearance public, sightings of her started to come in. Between 3:45 and 4:15 a.m. a truck driver and a motorist claimed to have seen a young girl walking south along Highway 18 in the direction of town. The girl was wearing a long-sleeved white t-shirt and white pants, which police confirmed were missing from Asha's closet. Unfortunately, at the time of seeing her, they did not call the police to report it until seeing a TV segment about her later. The motorist claimed when he saw her, he turned his car around to ask if she needed any help, but she became frightened when he approached her, and she ran off into some trees by the side of the road. Another lead came in on February 15th. In a shed along the highway that belonged to a business, a woman told police she found a Mickey Mouse hairbow, a green marker, and a pencil inside the shed. Police searched the shed and found candy wrappers that were confirmed to be the same kind that Asha had gotten the weekend before, in a basketball tournament. Unfortunately, police were unable to do much with the lead, and it wasn't until 18 months later that another one came in. On August 3, 2001, 26 miles from her house, and in a different direction than the one she was seen walking in the night of her disappearance, a contractor found a black trash bag that had been buried on his property. He opened the bag only to see another black trash bag, and when he opened the second one, he found a child's backpack with Asha's name and telephone number written on it. Police searched the property, but were unable to find anything else significant. They did find a pair of men's khaki pants, but no public information was ever released from the DNA testing of them. After Asha's backpack was discovered, police officially made an announcement that they believed foul play was a factor in Asha's disappearance. In May of 2016, a new tip came in where a witness saw Asha getting into a dark green 1975 Ford Thunderbird or a 1973 Lincoln Continental Mark for along Highway 18 the night she went missing. In October 2018, police made a new plea for information regarding two items. A Dr. Seuss book McElligot's Pool, which was borrowed from the Falston Middle School library in early 2000, and a new Kids on the Block concert t-shirt. Both items were mentioned as critical to solving the case. New details surrounding this case were discovered this month when a series of search warrants were made public on September 16, 2024. In the search warrant, a Charlotte area family, known as the Dedman family, was identified as having a potential connection with Asha's disappearance. The family had lived in Cleveland country during the time Asha went missing. Their daughter's DNA was allegedly found on some of Asha's belongings, which led police to the family. Multiple properties were searched, including two houses owned by the father Roy Dedman. One of the Dedman family residences is located approximately 3.7 miles from where Asha was last seen. Among the confiscated items were computers, clothing, cameras, SD cards, and a smartwatch. At least one green vehicle was seized from one of the homes as well. Police are still investigating, and no suspects have been identified. Case 19. Ana Basaldua Ruiz was born and grew up in the state of Michoacan, Mexico, with her mother, Alejandra Ruiz Zarco, and sister. She was an avid reader since the young age of 5, and one of her favorite authors was Paulo Coelho. She also loved music, dancing, flowers, and plants, especially the smell of lavender. As she grew older, she was known by family members and friends to be an active, organized, neat, and disciplined person. In 2020, Ana became a naturalized U.S. citizen through her father, Ubaldo Basaldua, who resides in Long Beach, California. She then enlisted in the army and moved to the United States. Her mother and sister remained in Mexico. Due to the pandemic, her training was delayed by a year, but finally began in July 2021. At the end of her training, she was assigned to the 91st Engineer Battalion as part of the 1st Cavalry Division at Fort Hood for 15 months, and was set to complete her contract in August. Fort Hood is located 150 miles southwest of Dallas. Her parents describe Ana's experience in the military as anything but positive. Her mother said that Ana had been harassed by one of her superiors and that other residents of the base had made sexual advances. Her friends on the base confirmed this as well, and told the Telemundo television network that she was being sexually harassed by a superior. Her mother recalled her saying, "Mom, everyone wants me to sleep with them, but they are assholes." It was known to her parents that she would complete her contract and then leave as she was no longer comfortable there. On Saturday, March 11, 2023, Ana's father Ubaldo talked to Ana, who, he said, felt bad, frustrated, and tired. She has also recently expressed to him that she was no longer comfortable, that her whole life was wrong, that she wanted to die. The next day he texted Ana, but never received any response. On Monday, March 13th, he continued to send her messages, but now they went undelivered. He went to check her satellite location, which appeared to pin her at a park on base. That morning, military officials showed up at Ubaldo's work and informed him that Ana had been found dead in a maintenance bay on base. They suggested it was a suicide. To him, this was inconceivable, even in her current state. Ana's mother has also expressed doubt about the claims of the military that her daughter died by suicide. On March 17th, the military investigators at Fort Hood have stated that no foul play was suspected in Ana's death. However, the Army Criminal Investigation Division, CD, and the chain of command are actively investigating the facts and circumstances surrounding her death. Both Ubaldo and Alejandra have complained in different interviews about the lack of information provided to them by the military. Ana's mother has applied for a 3-month humanitarian visa to travel to the United States to await the outcome of the investigation into Ana's death. Unfortunately, Ana's death and reports of harassment are not rare occurrences at Fort Hood. The base has a history of mysterious deaths and rampant sexual harassment. In 2020, Vanessa Guillen was bludgeoned to death on the base. That year alone, 23 deaths were recorded on base. The independent Fort Hood Review Committee also found a deficient climate on the base where sexual assaults were significantly underreported due to a lack of confidence and fear of retaliation, especially within enlisted ranks. Case 20. In 2001, Alyssa Turney was 17 years old and a junior in high school, living with her stepsister Sarah and stepfather Michael Turney. Alyssa's mother had passed away, and Michael's 3 older boys were living out of the house. Each sister had a very different relationship with their father. Michael was a cool, laid-back dad with Sarah, but with Alyssa, he was uptight, strict, and monitored her whereabouts. He told Sarah he did this because Alyssa needed more guidance and direction in life. Tensions between Alyssa and her stepfather were always high. May 17, 2001, was the last day of school before summer break, and that day Alyssa's sister Sarah was on an end-of-year retreat at Water World. Michael failed to show up after school to pick Sarah up at 3 p.m. though. Sarah ended up walking to a friend's house to wait for him. Sometime in the evening, her father finally arrived to pick her up and informed her that Alyssa was missing. Sarah used her father's phone to try to contact Alyssa on the way home, but couldn't reach her. At the house, Michael had Sarah check Alyssa's bedroom. There she found the contents of Alyssa's backpack scattered on her bed and her cell phone on top of her dresser. Her cell phone was next to a note which read, "Dad and Sarah, when you dropped me off at school today, I decided I really am going to California. Sarah, you said you really wanted me gone. Now you have it. Dad, I took $300 from you. That's why I saved my money." This was not surprising to Sarah at first, because Alyssa actually did have an aunt in California who she had recently talked about going to live with, as she had not been getting along with their father. That night, Michael, who used to be a police officer himself, called the police department to report Alyssa as a runaway. Police opened a missing persons file, but no investigation or follow-up was done, as Michael claimed she was a runaway and that he knew her location was in California. A week after Alyssa disappeared, Michael told police he received a call from her early in the morning, between 4 to 5 a.m. from Riverside, California. On the call, Alyssa apparently told him she was unhappy with her life, blamed him as the reason she left, and then hung up. Police were never able to verify the call and were unable to obtain a copy of the recording. Michael had a home recording system, but had told the police it was not on at the time of the call because of the early hour. During the years after her disappearance, Michael started telling family and those close to Alyssa that he thought something terrible had happened to her. He thought someone might have been following her or caused harm to her, and since the police were not doing anything, he had to search for her himself. Michael would even make several trips to California to search and pass out missing person flyers of Alyssa. In 2006, several years after Alyssa disappeared, the police got a lead from a man named Thomas Heimer. Heimer was in a Florida prison serving time for murder and sent police a letter confessing to Alyssa's murder. Police eventually realized the letter was a hoax, but during their investigation, they noticed things were not adding up with Michael's initial story. In the 7 years since Alyssa had gone missing, she had not contacted a single one of her friends or anyone in her family, including the aunt she was supposed to live with. The $1,800 she initially had in her bank was still there, untouched. Her social security number was also never used, meaning she had never gotten a job or gone to school. It became clear to the police that this was not a runaway case. Police learned that the day Alyssa went missing, she was not in school the entire day. Michael had picked her up from school near lunchtime, which was confirmed by her boyfriend John, who said Alyssa had told him she was leaving early but would see him later that evening at an end-of-year party. Many of her friends also claimed that she told them she would see them later that night at the party. Michael's version of the story was that he picked her up to get lunch, and when they arrived home, they got into a fight about house rules, which ended with her storming off to her room and him leaving to run errands. Police also discovered Michael was a very meticulous and paranoid man. He had documented every incoming and outgoing call to the house and had cameras placed outside of his property. There was even a hidden camera in the vent of the living room. When police asked for the videotapes of the day of Alyssa's disappearance, Michael told them he reviewed them and there was nothing to see. When they asked for the audio tapes of that day, he told them that unfortunately on that day the recorder had been turned off, so nothing was recorded. At this point, police had enough probable cause to search the house. While doing so, investigators came across 26 homemade pipe bombs and a 90-page manifesto written by Michael. In the manifesto, Michael claimed that Alyssa had run away, but he believed she was followed by 2 men from the electrical union he used to work for. During his time at the electrical union, he was a whistleblower, and he believed that the men took revenge on him by murdering Alyssa. He then avenged her death by killing the 2 men. The men he was referring to were found to have died of natural causes. Police also recovered tons of paperwork and hundreds of hours of audio and videotapes, but were still unable to find anything from the day Alyssa went missing. Letters were found where Alyssa claimed to have been molested by Michael, and parent-child contracts were found, which Alyssa had signed to agree that she had never been sexually assaulted. Friends, her boyfriend, and a teacher later confirmed hearing about these allegations. After interviewing Alyssa's friends, police learned from one friend that Alyssa had confided in him that her father had tried sexually abusing her when she was younger. He had picked her up early one day from school and driven to a secluded area where he attempted to fool around with her. She also told her friend that he got aggressive. Another friend told police that one time Alyssa awoke to her father trying to gag her with a sock. Michael Turney has denied all of these allegations. Michael Turney ended up pleading guilty and served 10 years in prison for the 26 pipe bombs. He was also declared to have a paranoid personality disorder and required to participate in mental health treatments. June 9, 2020. Sarah Turney announced in a case update from her Voices for Justice podcast that the Phoenix Police Department are submitting Alyssa's case to the prosecutor's office for charges against Michael Turney. You can listen to Sarah Turney's podcast, Voices for Justice, for more information and case developments. August 21, 2020. Michael Turney has officially been arrested for the disappearance of Alyssa Turney. The Maricopa County Attorney's Office announced second-degree murder charges against him in a press conference. Alyssa's sister, Sarah Turney, also announced the news on Twitter. July 20th, 2023. Today all charges against Michael Turney were dismissed in connection with the disappearance of Alyssa Turney. After 5 days of testimony, he was released from police custody on July 18th. The judge cited Rule 20 of the Arizona Rules of Criminal Procedure in his decision-making, with the rule stating that the court must enter a judgment of acquittal. Case 21. On February 13, 2017, Abigail Abby Williams, 13, and Liberty Libby German, 14, had the day off from school. The two decided to go on a hike on the Monon High Bridge, a popular walking trail and historical site in Indiana. The girls were dropped off at 1 p.m. and were to be picked up a couple of hours after by Libby's father. At 2:07 p.m., Libby posted a Snapchat of Abby walking across the bridge, as seen below. At 3:30 p.m., Libby's dad is at their agreed-upon pickup point, but his calls go answered. He left his car soon after to go search for them, walking the same path they would have walked. At 4 p.m., with no sight of the girls, he called Libby's grandmother and Abby's mother to ask for help in his search for the girls. With both families searching, they were still unable to locate the girls. At 5:30 p.m., the police were called, and soon a full search was underway. Around the same time, Libby's phone went dead. The search concluded that night with no answers. The next morning the search resumed with canines, divers, and the FBI. Around noon, the bodies of 2 girls were found by a volunteer searcher near the edge of the water of Deer Creek. Deer Creek was approximately half a mile from where Libby's last Snapchat was taken. The area was part of a private 40-acre lot belonging to a 70-year-old man. He was eventually ruled out as a suspect. The next day, autopsies were completed and the 2 bodies were confirmed to be of Abby and Libby. No other information was given by the police on how they died, but a photo of a man is released by them to the public. At the time, they did not name him as a suspect, just someone they wanted to interview, as he was seen on the trail at the same time as the girls. A week later, the police and FBI hold a press conference to give more details on the case. They revealed that the photo of the man was taken from Libby's own phone. They also released a small audio clip taken from the phone. In the clip, the man can be heard saying, "Down the hill." Circumstances of why the video was taken was, and is still a mystery. Police have openly stated they think it was a conscious decision by Libby to film the man, because she may have sensed that something was not right. To date, the only person of interest to be named is Daniel Nations. On September 25th, Daniel was arrested in Colorado for suspicion of wielding a hatchet and threatening people on various trails, as well as a possible shooting on a trail. Police eventually announced that they could not rule him in or out of the case, and instead named him a person of interest. There were 2 other names that were connected to the case. John Miller, 59, of Fort Wayne, Indiana, now serving 80 years in prison for the death of April Tinsley, and Charles Andrew Eldridge, 46, arrested after arranging sex with an undercover cop posing as an underage girl. In the end, police removed both these names from their suspect list. On April 22, 2019, police held a press conference stating that the case was going in a new direction. They released an updated sketch of the suspect. The new image was the result of over 2 years of investigation. The new sketch shows a man with a broader age range of 18 to 40 years old. Police believe the man lived, worked, or regularly visited Delphi. A longer audio clip of the suspect speaking from Libby's cell phone was also released. See the full press conference here. Police also revealed that they are looking for the owner of a vehicle that was abandoned between 12 p.m. and 5 p.m. on February 14, 2017. The vehicle was seen on the east side of County Road 300 North and was parked at the old CPS/DCS/welfare building. We believe you are hiding in plain sight. For more than 2 years, you never thought we would shift gears to a different investigative strategy, but we have. We likely have interviewed you, or someone close to you. We know this is about power to you. You want to know what we know? One day you will. April 28, 2021. Police announced today that they are looking into a potential new suspect for the murders of Abby and Libby. Police have recently arrested 42-year-old James Chadwell for the attempted kidnapping and murder of a 10-year-old girl in Lafayette, Indiana. Lafayette is located approximately 20 miles from Delphi. Police have stated that there are several factors that lead them to believe that he could be involved, but have not released any additional information. December 7, 2021. Indiana State Police and detectives with the Carroll County Sheriff's Office announced today that they have uncovered a fictitious online profile of Anthony_Shots that they think may be linked to the murder of Abby and Libby. This profile was active on various social media apps such as Snapchat and Instagram from 2016 to 2017. The profile showed photos of a known male model and was used to communicate with multiple juvenile girls to solicit nude images, obtain addresses, and coordinate meetups with them. October 31st, 2022. Today, Indiana State Police announced that they have arrested 50-year-old Delphi resident Richard Allen. Richard Allen entered a not guilty plea and is being held without bond. He is set to return to court in January. Police have not released any further details on the arrest. November 11th, 2024. After a 4-week trial, suspect Richard Allen was found guilty and charged with 4 counts of murder and sentenced to 130 years in prison. Prosecutors during the case said that Allen had encountered the girls on the hiking trail and, armed with a gun, forced the girls down the hill and cut their throats. Witness sightings of him on the trail that day, confessions to both the police and his wife, and an unspent bullet found on the trial all helped to prove his guilt in the case. Case 22. In 2017, Akia Shauna Eggleston lived in Cherry Hill, Baltimore. She was 22 years old, 8 months pregnant, and expecting her second child. Akia was unable to drive or walk long distances at the time because her pregnancy was considered high risk, as the baby was breech and she was on bed rest. On May 3, 2017, an older friend, now deceased, drove Akia to a bank in Baltimore's Inner Harbor neighborhood. Akia withdrew a total of $572, and it is suspected that the money was to pay the deposit for a new apartment she planned on moving into with the father of her baby. On May 7th, a baby shower and gender reveal party had been planned for family and close friends. Akia had spent months planning the party and was looking forward to celebrating with everyone. But on the day of the party, Akia never showed up. Worried friends headed to her apartment later, only to find her not there. They reported her missing the next day. Akia's disappearance was suspicious to her family from the start. Her family knew she would never have left her 2-year-old daughter or family without saying anything. When police searched her apartment, it appeared that she had moved out. Her bed was still there, but her dresser and all her clothes had been removed from the closet. Due to her condition, Akia's family knew it was physically impossible for her to move anything. Police interviewed Akia's roommates and friends, but no one claimed to have helped her move anything. Cameras at her apartment complex were not working at the time, so nothing was captured. The father of Akia's unborn son was Michael Robertson, a family friend who was someone that her family was concerned with from the beginning. He never showed up to the baby shower, never contacted anyone when she disappeared, and never helped out in the search efforts. He also had a girlfriend and multiple children at the time of her disappearance. Despite this, he was never named a person of interest by police. After a vigil held in front of her apartment, when family and friends were cleaning up, they discovered Akia's bank card in a bush in front of her complex. The card looked to be in good condition, and was never discovered by police when they initially searched her apartment, leading friends and family to suspect that it was placed there afterward. 4 years later, Akia's family is still actively searching for answers. Baltimore police believe foul play is suspected, and this case remains open and unsolved. February 3, 2022. Police announced today that they have arrested Michael Robertson and charged him with the murder of Akia Eggleston. He has been charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in the killing of Akia and her unborn child. If found guilty, he will face a maximum of 2 life sentences in prison. Interviews, social media messages, and financial and telephone records were used to construct a timeline of the case by officials. They also discovered that a volatile argument had taken place between the pair the night before Akia's disappearance, and cell phone records show Robertson was the last person with Eggleston. Previous internet searches of his were also found, which included trash dumping locations in Baltimore. Akia's body has yet to be recovered, and Michael Robertson is currently awaiting trial.